Partners Day. I want to start by apologizing for running slightly behind our schedule. We shall be starting very soon as our Vice Chancellor walks in. In the meantime, a couple of housekeeping issues. I would appreciate if those that are sitting at the back could come to the front. Our Partners Day, a day where we have actually called all our strategic partners, friends of the institution, organizations that are inextricable in the business of the University of Zimbabwe. We want to welcome you all. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to start by acknowledging the presence of the Vice Chair of the University of Zimbabwe Council, Mrs. Nzite. I think this is time for the university community to get to mix and mingle with you, ma'am, and also to get to know you. If you could just do the royal wave to your people. That's the best Vice Chair of Council. Thank you very much.
I am actually a princess in my view.
She is a princess. Thank you very much, ma'am. I also want to acknowledge the presence of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Mafumo. He's also a prince where he comes from. Yes. I move on to acknowledge the presence of our Pro-Vice Chancellor, responsible for strategic partnerships, Professor Mboa. Not necessarily a royalty, but he is very new to the University of Zimbabwe. And in absentia, Pro-Vice Chancellor Rosemary Moyana, Pro-Vice Chancellor Academic Affairs. I also want to acknowledge the presence of our executive directors. Firstly, the Executive Director for Research and Innovation, Professor Florence Mtambanengwe. Also pretty new, yes, a royal wave. And Professor Chipo Jiganda, who is the Executive Director, Quality Assurance. I see the librarian is here. We acknowledge you, ma'am. And in absentia, the registrar and the BESA. I see a few deans. I also see a few directors. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you. Since we are already running slightly behind schedule, allow me to call upon Professor Mboa to come and introduce our Vice Chancellor. Professor Mboa, let's put our hands together.
I think it's a good morning, and obviously when you're sitting in the midst of royalty, you try and brush some of that to yourself. Your Royal Highness, the Queen, the Chair of Council and Vice Chancellor, they say when you don't know protocol, you just say all protocol observed. So I think I'll take that route. I think the research week is a very interesting week. Somebody has asked me what research is, and I say, well, you search and you search, you search and search and search and search again and research. I don't want to do it the president's way. It will not search. Who goes search? What's a search as well? waseChadu waseChandi. I think I just want to introduce our Vice Chancellor. I think by now a lot of you know a lot about him. And I was asked to be short and sweet and brief. I'll try to do that. Professor Paul Mafumo is a totally homegrown professor, manager, and leader who has known the university inside out. And additionally, is an internationally recognized professor who is a leader in his area, and is also over time published quite a lot of work which is interesting and relevant to Zimbabwe. And I'm sure as we embark on the path of innovation and industrialization, we'll benefit from his experience and skills, which is domiciled in Kuziwa, Nikugona, which is our leading words. It's nice when you indigenize the future and technology and ways and approaches and strategies of doing things. And I think that's something that he has led in terms of self-actualization of us as a people, and us as a people with the language and the culture that we put forward. In terms of leadership, he has sat on several international and local boards, management committees. I can't enumerate all of them, just to indicate that he's the chair of NAMACO board, and has worked on several United Nations and international projects, with a broader experience that not only started with top management, but having worked in government, commerce and industry, and in academia. Within academia, I think this being a research week, it would be nice to know that he has been active for more than 4 years in terms of research activities of the university, chairing the research board, among many other functions within the university. Eventually, obviously, recognizing his skills and expertise and talent, he has acted as Vice Chancellor before becoming substantive Vice Chancellor of the University of Zimbabwe since June. So I think I can safely say to our partners and to people within the university that we have solid leadership that is ready to lead us into the future, a future where UZ is looking at not education for the sake of education. I remember my late father used to say that as a warning to me that I should not just be learned, but I must also be educated and civilized. Because being learned without the two will not build any character, neither will it ensure success. So I think the motto of the university of educating to change lives is pertinent given the challenges that we face as we go into the future, and we are happy that we have this solid leadership to lead us through that process. Thank you very much. I call on you, Vice Chancellor, to come and give some opening remarks.
The Vice chairperson of the University of Zimbabwe Council, Mrs. Mzite, the Pro-Vice Chancellor, Strategic Partnerships and Industrialization for the University of Zimbabwe, the Executive Director, Research and Innovation, the Executive Director, Quality Assurance and Professional Development, the Librarian, Dr. Chikonzo, the Registrar in absentia, Deans of Faculties, our esteemed partners, Captains of Industry and Commerce, Directors of Institutes and Chairpersons of Departments, University of Zimbabwe staff, students, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am quite pleased to welcome you all to the University of Zimbabwe Research Week 2019, and in particular this Partners Day that we have specifically set aside to engage and network with our valued strategic partners. The Research Week is one of the most important events of the university, apart from the graduation ceremony, and also to us the enrollment of students. To us the enrollment of students is a very hectic period and a very important period because it sets the future. It's just like recognizing the youth, and they hold your future. So the enrollment is one that has never been heralded well, but to me, one of the most important events of the university. And during this Research Week, we meet and mingle with our key stakeholders, one group of which are captains of industry and commerce and the civic society and the general populace. The Research Week, in summary, is there to provide a forum and platform for communicating and showcasing research conducted by the University of Zimbabwe staff, the academics, the researchers, the students, and our collaborating partners. Maybe I could explain it also in a different way. This is about the harvest. When professors go to work, we don't want to disturb them. We really value their time, and we say they are working. When students go to university, we don't want them disturbed. We don't want them to disturb themselves either. We want them to be there and working and learning. When partners come to the university, they come with the utmost respect. They don't want to disturb the environment, but they still want to know what the university does and how relevant is the university in addressing their problem. Universities are set and established so that they confront and they are the first to know of the current and the future problems because they have a better understanding of where the world is going, ideally. So during the Research Week, these professors that you were not disturbing, the doctors you were not disturbing, the students that you were not disturbing, would then say, come and disturb us in a positive way. Come and hear what you are doing. Come and see what you are doing. So they would then be speaking to the language that the time is now ripe. The fruits are now visible. You can come and harvest. That's the Research Week. To answer that simple question that says, so what do you do at the university? That should be answered during the Research Week. That's why it's not a day. and it is a week. So that we have sufficient time for people to come in and they learn what we have established, what we are doing, what is coming. So for companies, this is where you say, what is new in this field? You normally use the term cutting edge. Cutting edge means that if you are running a business, that is the sharpened edge that can make you advance and make new money and make better business. That's what we call cutting edge. When people are saying cutting edge knowledge, they are saying you have the privilege to know things that have not been ordinarily known, and that gives you an edge as a company. That gives you an edge as an organization. So the university ideally should always be on the edge, because they are really an establishment that brings together those powerful brains that are busy sharpening the edges for advancement of technology, advancement of approaches, processes, and mentorship of the young ones. So people say, hey, quiet, let's hear those that are just coming out of graduation, because they have the new or newest knowledge, and that's a part of what the research work is supposed to deliver. So this should be really the darling of all partners, including students. They should really like the research work. Naturally, if we are serious about business, if we are serious about modernization and industrialization, that's where we meet and talk about it. So to me, it becomes even more important than the graduation if you look at it that way. Because the graduation, you are then saying, these are the students who have been acquitted. And remember, when we say students at the university, it includes very senior people. It includes mature people. It's a place for mature thinking. So students, sometimes people think that students means knowledge koro. That's what we are used to. But that's not what it means. Students in the university context means really very learned people who are coming to sharpen their edges. So if it is like that, it should be a place where if we say you are now acquitted and you graduate, even when you go back to your company, people expect things to work differently. Because the executive director of the company, the CEO of the company, the manager in the company have acquired new knowledge, new skills. So they will change the company. That's why companies should sponsor people to go to university. So that they really create that edge for their companies. So basically, this is why I'm welcoming you to say, you come to the university, send your people to the university to get products, to get tools, to get innovations, to get new processes, new approaches, and new company. And for that, I think I would really feel proud naturally to welcome our partners and say, this is the way we have chosen to interact with you, to relate with you. And we think, what does the university get? We should get relevance out of that process. And we should also be able to make you also more relevant, because then together we apply better solutions to society. So we are saying to our partners, come and help us to get together with you, co-create, co-innovate, and be more relevant, all of us. Then we have a win-win situation on the table. The other secondary objectives of the research week also include creating that atmosphere that make even high school students come and be at liberty and be comfortable in identifying with the processes of the university. We also want to motivate our researchers and academics and to reward them during the research week for what they've done here. So we ask you, our partners from industry and commerce, to come here, help in the adjudication, help us point to things that you say these are relevant, this will drive the nation forward. And we reward the researchers concerned. We reward the teams concerned. So it is a week during which we will be giving awards to students, to emerging professionals, which are our lecturers, our researchers, and to senior people who are our professors, and say they've successfully run programs that have yielded some of the things we are going to be able to harvest. This research week has been particularly special in that His Excellency, the Chancellor of this university, on Monday, opened officially our University of Zimbabwe Innovation Hub, being the first to be officially opened by His Excellency among the other innovation hubs that are supported by our parent Ministry of Higher and Tertiary Education, Science and Technology Development. And also special in that His Excellency launched our strategic plan. So the university has a plan that we want you to review, a plan that we want you to identify. And it is this plan that should point to the outcomes that you desire, that you cherish, that the university provides. It's developed and written in a different way after consultations with some of you and also staff and policymakers. And so this plan should be able to relate to most of the issues that the university can handle, not all, because other universities can do other things. But here, we're talking about what the University of Zimbabwe can work on. And so to us, Monday was really a special and historical day, and it makes this research week really a landmark. So you are coming to this Partners Day in the background of such a historic event, which also then naturally makes your coming to today's Partners Day historic, because this is also the first Partners Day held by the University of Zimbabwe. It may have been held in different, we may have met our stakeholders in different ways, but really coming up with a day dedicated for partners to tell us what we don't know about them, to tell us who they are, is the first in the history of the institution. Because sometimes we even point fingers at each other and say, why are we failing to connect? We are not producing what we want. That's industry talking. Your students are, some people use very polite terms. I don't use very polite terms all the time. Your students are useless. They're not fit for purpose. When people just give their bags to you and they go just around the corner, they use this language now. When they face you, they use the more. So I try to jump to use exactly what they use. So that when we correct it at source and stop those words. So we want to produce students that are useful, that can serve purpose, that can walk tall and say, I'm from the University of Zimbabwe. And for us to be able to produce them, we need you. So let's produce them together. And surely they will become useful. And that's what we are seeking. And that's what we are kindly asking as we invite you to this Partners Day. But first we have to know, what is it that you do? Where do you see these opportunities coming? If we know you better, and here I'm saying you should also know us better, and our strategic plan should be able to make you know us better in terms of what we think, because this is a place of thinking. So with those many words, I think very few for the size of the university. I would like to say welcome, enjoy this day, this is your day, and we look forward to hearing from you and to interacting with you. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for our Vice Chancellor. You know, every time I listen to the VC, he's a man of strategy. And every time I listen to him, I remember one word that I learned when I was still part one, some decades ago. I borrowed a course from political science, and one of the words that I learned was kakistocracy. And when I learned that word, I said, never in my life would I want to be a kakistocrat or to live in a community of kakistocrats. For those that don't know what that word means, it means a community of worthless people led by worthless leaders. When I listen to my Vice Chancellor, his level of clarity of thought and accuracy of direction, I'm always tickled, right from the deep end of my heart, with the full knowledge that we are indeed not a kakistocracy. Let's put our hands together for VC. The Vice Chancellor also emphasized the importance of our partnerships. Indeed, our partners, we thank you so much. We appreciate you. Someone once said, if you want to go fast and quickly run out of steam, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you look for a strategic partner. So that is the bold statement that we're making today, to say we don't want just to go fast, but we also want to go very far as an institution. And we appreciate you, our partners. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next session, and to lead us through that session is Professor Masocha. I would appreciate if we could put our hands together as he comes forward. Prof. Masocha.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. I'm not used to having people clap hands for me. I haven't reached that stage yet. So you can just allow me to do my job. I was quite reminded of something when I saw the royal wave. And I will take a risk and tell this joke. I normally don't tell jokes, but I will take a risk. In a certain African country, during the colonial era, whites came and they were discussing with laws king, you can already deduce which country it is. So they're already discussing how they can acquire land, and there was a big language barrier. So the king had a son called Chileshe, and they couldn't make a breakthrough with the negotiations. So the whites decided to change strategy. So they threw a party in the evening, like a cocktail. So as they were having the cocktail, you know, whites, they raised their glasses, so they're saying cheers, 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 cheers. So the little king gets excited because his son is called Chileshe. So he says, these people are very nice. They even know my son. Cheers, cheers, Chileshe, Chileshe. So he went on to sign the deal that was not favorable. Anyway, with those words, please allow me to have this session going. I just want to acknowledge the important point I think the Vice Chancellor was making. I tried to paraphrase what we are trying to achieve: co-create, co-develop, and co-innovate. And I think you made an important point to say the university already has a proposal, which is the strategic plan. If it is a marriage, we have reviewed our head. So we need to know the other side, which is the partners. Allow me to change the order a little bit and start by introducing the Public Service Commission, represented by Professor C. Kombe, to come and give their talk.
Good morning. I'm a graduate of this university. I graduated in 1983, and I've been associated with this university until 2006. Things have changed. It's no longer the only university. Not only that, you have other universities. We have even established territories in your own space. So, from the Public Service Commission, we basically have two arguments. The first one is that this engagement in terms of partnership is a proposed engagement, because we are also saying that you are competing in spaces where there are other contestants. And for you to basically get into this partnership, you must be worth it, and I think the Vice Chancellor has put it very clear. The other issue is we also want to expose you to opportunities that are available, that you can then use your competencies to take advantage of. With those few words, I'll basically start my presentation. The public service, for those who are not aware of it, is a national system of public administration and management. Basically, it comprises of public institutions that are established and employed by the executive, which is the government. So what is the commission? The Public Service Commission is a constitutional arm of the executive. In other words, we're the implementing arm of government. And it has many functions, but I put two functions which are pertinent to this gathering. The first one, I hope this pointers work, is basically, it is responsible for recruitment, deployment, development, and retention of qualified, competent, and disciplined human capital, which basically I think talks to a lot of you. Or maybe let me point it there. The other one is, once this capital is there, we are responsible for its maintenance in the public service so that it is in a high state of efficiency. And we do that through training, I guess something which talks to you, as you will see later on, performance planning, and audits, which basically will talk to you about consultancies and monitoring and evaluation. What is our mission? Since you also were showing your strategic plan, we have our mission, and I think basically it talks to some of your skills and some of your reason for existence. We basically want to facilitate the delivery of responsive services. Responsive meaning that they respond to the expectations of our stakeholders. And I think the Vice Chancellor mentioned that when he was talking about the UZ strategic plan. And also to promote economic growth and development so that it facilitates clarity of policy development, institutional and operational capacity of the public service. And we have a lot of pillars that support our strategy, which basically says who we are. Because we are responsible for government ministries, we are responsible for organizational design and management. I guess you have been reading the newspaper. Part of our function is to really work on pay and benefit, which is the remuneration reform. And it's very important when you are employing people that you manage them appropriately. Then there is talent and reward management, capacity development, improved risk management, culture change, and monitoring and evaluation. This is just an attempt to tell you who we are. But I think what we're gathered here about is, so where are the partnerships? Where are the partnerships? For you to understand, maybe an attempt to come from a position of strength, I want to basically say, we're the biggest employer. We employ about 172,133 individuals, which makes us basically, for a university of your size, we are your biggest customer in terms of your students. And because we are your biggest customer, you then need to understand where our pain is. I've tried to put the different ministries and show you the number of staff which are there in the order of importance, which I hope informs the university to say, if we were to invest in manpower development, where do we put emphasis? Where are the numbers? I was telling a friend that if you buy a spectrophotometer, you know what that is? It could be $4 million. And it will only save 20 students. But if you buy a Wi-Fi for the Faculty of Law, it might cost you only $10,000, but it will save more students. So this type of table tries to show you where you should be putting your money as a university. If you want to be relevant to us, which skills do we need? And what are the numbers? And it is with that I want to then introduce potential areas of cooperation. The first one is where we basically stand to say, we are the market, and we want you to respond to us. And we're basically saying, you need to understand what we want. And I think the Vice Chancellor was very clear about that. You need to be aware of our needs for you to create relevant curriculum to develop the students we want. We're going to talk about it later. But of course, another issue is the issue of student attachments and internships. There's the issue of research and knowledge development. And we will make you understand on what we are planning to do with capacity building civil servants. And more importantly, what role we expect you to play in that relationship. So I come back to informing curriculum development. And I'm glad that the Vice Chancellor used this way, medical key aristocracy. But fit for purpose. It's a very serious issue now. Because we are receiving students who are not fit for purpose. And you are competing with many universities And unfortunately for you, younger universities like Midland State University, Chinhoyi University of Technology, are suddenly producing students who are fit for purpose. When you used to have a user degree, it was guaranteed that you were of choice. You speak English very well, but you are not functional. We have to spend more time preparing you. And the reason why you are like this is not your fault. It's because the university doesn't engage with the market to understand what type of person we want. And that's why I showed you those ministries. What type of person you want. And if the university then went in to engage ministries, in our case, to understand what are the competence gaps, what is needed, so that when you produce your curriculum, develop your curriculum, you are basically creating a cadre who is fit for purpose. And basically you're looking at competence gaps and technology needs. To me, this is the most important thing in terms of us as the market and you as a client trying to respond to what we want. Then we come to another issue where we could have partnerships, and we already have partnerships. But these partnerships are not structured. First come, first serve. And I'm basically thinking about a situation where we could talk about quotas, where we know that you have a quota in the Public Service Commission of students who come for attachments and internships. I look at these attachments as basically things that make you produce students who are fit for purpose. In other words, they get practical experience for 1 year. And most of the time, because we've handled students, the ones who come for attachment have a greater chance of being employed in that same institution, because they have been polished and groomed and they understand things. So the more leverage you have in attaching students in strategic institutions, in strategic ministries, you become attractive to students because they know that if we come to use it, our chances of getting a job are higher. The other issue is that we present attachment opportunities in 21 ministries. This is a thing we could engage about formally as a result of this conference. So this is the time where the position where I was saying, we are the market and you are the client. But let's then change it around, where you become the market, where we want services. And basically I'm looking at it in the area of research and knowledge development. In this day and age, we cannot exist as an organization if you don't have a learning culture. You'll be surprised that in the public service, we collect a lot of data. We collect a lot of information which we don't use. We use it for trivial things, like knowing how many people came into the clinic and what are they suffering from. But you collect so much data that a knowledge developer can use that data and produce very important information that informs us on how are we performing, what should we be doing. And we're looking at a partnership where we're saying, no, we're not giving you this information ourselves. But we have individuals who are within the Public Service Commission that have diplomas and they have first degrees. And these people want to do MScs and PhDs. But we don't want them to leave work, because if they go for 3 years in a degree program, then who does the work? So we're looking for meaningful partnerships in getting these qualifications through research, either block releases or basically, MSc through research, PhD through research, so that we can then use this data to create the knowledge we need. So these are opportunities then where some of you can then link with these students, and because they are in the commission, most of that work will be funded. And you give them skills which then can make them do these things. What is important is that these become non-monetary benefits for our staff. I thought there were a few people, so I had more time to talk. I'll try to. These are non-monetary benefits for our staff. We cannot pay salaries which people want. But if we allow people to use these opportunities to improve themselves, then we retain our staff. The other issue is provision of training services. We have training centers, and we have in our strategy plan established what is called a public service academy. You have national centers like Zipam, Noboshawa, Highlands, and Elangen. We also have provincial centers. We also have district institutes. We have identified needs that these institutes should be trained. Public sector accounting, there's no time, you can read for yourselves. These are identified courses. We are not competent to deliver these courses. So we will look for partnerships with some of you to deliver these courses. And these courses don't need to be delivered in those institutes. You can craft a program, either a diploma, postgraduate, degree, that stresses on these programs, and we can make an arrangement that our staff attend those courses. An additional list of important competencies that we need are these. These are very important skills that we need across ministries, and that could be taught through those colleges I talked about. Or some of them could basically be virtually provided through universities. And if a university can craft a necessary short course that fits the needs of our staff, this is an arrangement that we can make with you, that these things are taught. Overall, we all endeavor, the public service and the University of Zimbabwe, all endeavor to improve the livelihood of communities that we work in. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I don't know what even to say, considering the structured talk that you have given us and pointing to potential areas of collaboration. At this stage, I think we can take questions to about the presentation we have received. Maybe 5 minutes of questions would help. Remember, they are supposed to tell us what they do so that we know them better. So while they are present, so we can take the first question, and then second.
Mine is just a comment. I'm very impressed by this presentation. I want to say I find this to be what we call cutting-edge truth. We really want to learn and improve ourselves as various faculties, various departments, and as an institution. Thank you very much, Mr. Presenter.
Thank you very much, Professor Kombe, for a very illuminating presentation. You articulated the potential areas of cooperation between the Public Service Commission and the University of Zimbabwe. And you have also highlighted the various government ministries and the departments, where there is, potential ground for us to cooperate. One of the one of the ministries that you identified was a ministry which houses over 70% of all the civil servants. I made up a quick computation of the statistics, and it was Ministry of Primary and Secondary Education. And one of the areas of potential cooperation that you identified was the area of student attachments and student internships. We are also aware that you offer, as Public Service Commission, manpower development leave. But regrettably, at the moment, unless the situation has changed, you are not offering paid manpower development leave. Now, our master's degree students who would like to go and actually become education managers in key ministries like Ministry of Primary and Secondary Education, they have to do the internship during the course of the week, that is from Monday to Friday. But they can't afford to come and embark on their master's degree program during those working days. They have to come over the weekend. Yes, the university can bend backwards and accommodate them, but when it comes to internship, they have to do it practically when the various educational institutions are open, when the schools are open, and they run into a problem. And for them to actually leave their work and come for the internship without pay under this harsh economic environment, they find it very difficult. So it is something that we are bringing to your attention so that you may not provide an answer now, but you can consider, and later on at an appropriate time you can give us an answer and share with us. Thank you very much.
A quick response is we are looking for non-monetary benefit to retain our staff. And the opportunities like the ones we are talking about become very key and important to us. And I think every ministry is different, every situation is different. What I would recommend is that maybe after this meeting, we can have a formal meeting with the university where we basically now think about these things and say, how can we work them out? Because we need a program that can retain our staff and stop them leaving the public service. Thank you.
Can we take a last one from this end, Mr. Chairman?
From a lady, yes.
Okay, I'm standing next to a gentleman. Do we have a lady with a burning one? Or the lady can be represented by this handsome gentleman I'm standing next to? Any lady taker? Okay. All right. Going once? Going twice? Okay, there we go. One last one.
Thank you for a very good presentation. You indicated that UZ students are not fit for purpose. And I'm just curious, in what critical areas are they not fit for purpose? And what is it that other institutions are doing that we are no longer doing? Thank you.
You're in the middle of strategic planning. Did you do Toy Toy? You know Toy Toy?
No.
Oh, you're not born. Toy Toy is when you're in a group and you're marching and running. And it's fatiguing. It's difficult. So your instructor keeps on telling you, we're going there, we're going there, we're going there, we're going there. And you see where you're going and you move. When you reach that point, they tell you we're going there. And they keep changing goalposts. Why? To make you move the distance. Part of the reasons why I said you're not fit for purpose is that you have to continuously improve. If I told you that you're the best university, you rest on your laurels. But I think the Vice Chancellor put it very clear. You are no longer the only university. There are other universities which have come to play. And university education is getting very expensive. So students go where they can afford or where they are close to. And universities are not well funded, so they cut costs, laboratory equipment and all that. You produce students who are basically chemists, but they've never maybe been practiced in a chemistry lab. Then you take them immediately to a place where they have to, on the run, start working in a chemistry lab. So the limitations in budgets and these limitations prevent the university from providing you adequate resources that you might want. As a result, when you come out of there, you are not ready to function. And I think that's why these internships become very important, because they give you the necessary skills. But that statement I made, if I went to Midland State University, I will say it to them also.
Thank you. I'm sure with the chairman's indulgence, we'll take the last one from Dr. Dokora. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I thought that you were looking for a lady, so I had given up, seeing that I had some beard on my chin. Thank you for the presentation, and I think the clarity as well. And it speaks to, the kind of public experience that we've had. Now, the
Volume?
No.
Okay. There's a fund, MF, which is collected from the partners who are here today, I think at a certain given percentage, which is meant to assist the students who are on attachment. Could I get the comfort of confirmation that that fund is still available and is payable in small support stipends to the students who are on attachment? Whether they are on attachment in the public service system or elsewhere. Is there still some payments that are possible from that fund to support students on attachment? I know someone did say the material conditions under which students may be undertaking attachment, some of them are quite constraining, and anything that can come their way would be useful to extend this training support that the public service boss has just indicated. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think we have noted it, and the commissioner is around to respond. At this stage, allow me to give the chance to First Mutual Holdings Limited, represented by Mrs. Farai Mangwende. At the moment, we only know them by their tagline, "It is time to go beyond." So we want to know more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wow, you actually market my brand very well, so thank you for that, and stating that yes, we do go beyond. That's what First Mutual is about. I've been introduced. My name is Farai Mangwende, Ms. Mangwende, not Mrs., but that's okay. And no, I'm not marketing myself. I just like correct information. I thought I would get everyone to smile a little bit. Today I'm happy really to be presenting on this session, which is Strategic Partners that Move Zimbabwe Forward. And by way of introduction, I'm a marketing person, so I have to tell you a little bit about my brand. We're in the business of what we call risk management, wealth creation, and wealth management. And we do this, we provide this through our SPUs, mainly First Mutual Life, which I think a lot of you are familiar with, First Mutual Health, Nichols Diamond Insurance, our latest acquisition. I'll tell you a little bit more about that later. Reinsurance, for those that aren't in the know, insurers actually need to be insured, and we provide that through our reinsurance business. And then we have savings as well as properties, which is part of our hedging, our investments. And our ethos as a group is bringing economic dignity to all our stakeholders. So we believe that by interacting with us, we bring you economic dignity. If you can allow me a little bit to maybe speak in Shona, what that actually means, because we do have people that may not quite understand that. If you interact with our brand, you're not starting from zero base. So I just thought I'd highlight that. Insofar as the group is concerned, we've been around for 113 years to be precise, since it was Prudential in 1906. This means that as a wholly owned Zimbabwean company, we're stable, we're locally relevant, And I think just to align to the research that this whole week is about, we have been doing that through various aspects of our business. And I think just to also indicate that we're not only in Zimbabwe, we're also in Botswana through First Mutual Reinsurance. So we have regional presence, and we also have, through NDI, have regional presence in Malawi as well as Mozambique. So innovation is not something that is new to us. From a UZ perspective, our current interaction with the University of Zimbabwe is primarily through First Mutual Life and First Mutual Health. But we believe that as a group we can do a lot more in terms of partnership. From a health perspective, we are providing service to, I think, the staff, a scheme which provides health service to your staff, but we believe that there's a potential collaboration with students as well. And from a life perspective, we're interacting with the university through our funeral cash plan, which was an innovation that as First Mutual we pioneered, and I think a lot of the players in the market are now selling this same product. So, to the business of the day, the need for research. I just want to start by saying that I think we all know that curiosity is the mother of invention, and as a company we want to partner curious minds to solve current industry problems. The current speaker made a reference to the fact that some of the UZ graduates are not fit for purpose. I don't think some of them will agree, but I think that in an ever-changing world, these are things that we actually need to be aware of. If we're not aware of the weaknesses that we have that we can turn into opportunities, we will miss the boat. I'll just make reference maybe to Henry Ford. You may have heard it with reference to research. He says that he's supposed to have said that if I'd asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. But that's not what it's about. He actually gave them cars which were able to do a lot better than what it is that they expected. So insofar as these kind of partnerships, for us, we want to partner with the university, not just from a business perspective of selling products, but from a research perspective, from innovation. We want to be future-proof for the 22nd century. And for us as a group, we have a business development arm, but we feel that their capacity is limited because they have day jobs, they're trying to push forward other initiatives, and through partnerships with the UZ, through innovation hubs, through think tanks, we believe that we can develop a win-win situation where products that are relevant to our future market, to our current market, because when you look at the offerings that are there, they were relevant and they still remain relevant, but the long and the short of it is that the world is changing. There's so many innovations that have come up. For example, we can talk about Uber. You don't need a taxi company. We can talk about Airbnb. We can all be hoteliers. We can talk about just innovations insofar as even like simple things like radio. There are apps. I don't need to have a radio to actually listen to music. So we really believe that between us and the UZ, we can partner curious minds to solve current problems. So proposed areas of research and partnership. I'm aware that I have 10-15 minutes, so I'll try and push through it. From a healthcare perspective, there are four pillars here that I'm going to talk to: healthcare, savings and investments, property, as well as what we're calling alternative investments. I'll explain a little bit more. Now, you can see the pointers that are listed under each one, but I'm going to talk about, from a health perspective, let me focus on smart technologies. Now, with the way that the world is going, people like to go into Dr. Google, all sorts of things. So I think that we need to think around how do we partner with technology, with innovations, to be able to give your first port of call insofar as medical treatment or preventive care is concerned. So yes, we all, a lot of us have wearables. I don't know if any of us are wearing wearables. Maybe we can raise by a show of hands. Well done, he's a health freak. Wearables are your Fitbits, things that track your health. They track how much exercise you're doing, how much water you're drinking, simple things that we take for granted. That's just one of the things. And for those that like running, like myself, believe it or not, They actually tell you how many steps you're doing, how much energy you're using, how much, how's your breathing, that sort of thing. So we believe that there's potential to partner with what we offer as a service provider in healthcare with smart technology, so that our clients can maybe be given a heads up. Let's say that they have high blood pressure. A text message from a wearable that tells you you need to go for a checkup, you need to take your medication. From savings and investments, I think this is very topical given our current economical challenges that we're going through, which we believe that will come to an end. But that being said, we need to be prudent. Like I said, we're in the business of risk management. So we could partner on projects or initiatives that look at investing in an inflationary period. Because the students and lecturers as well, especially students, are the ones that are experiencing a lot of this, that are going into this turbulent environment. So they have a lot of ideas which need to be assisted, which need to be supported, which need to be harnessed so that we can be geared for the future. Moving on to property. Aligning property trends, property needs to new trends, for example. There are a lot of initiatives that have come up, rent office space, rent a boardroom, but there are also other things that we can do in terms of just smart cities concepts. What ideas do the students have? We're happy to partner with the students and support that kind of development. Obviously, yes, for our benefit, but at the end of the day, we want to move Zimbabwe forward and share concepts, not only for Zimbabwe, but for Africa-wide. Alternative investments, that's a new thing that we're going into. I think the world has changed. We can't keep doing the same things and expecting different results. So we need to look at non-traditional ways of investment. What is it that's relevant to the students? What are they experiencing? What is it that they can bring to us that we can fund insofar as developing and bringing economic dignity to the greater good? Moving on to my next slide, partnership models. Here we've just highlighted the various areas in which UZ and First Mutual Holdings could partner. This includes research and publications. Again, without data analytics, without research, you can't make informed decisions. We can no longer afford to thumbsuck and assume that, number one, this is what our clients want. Number two, this is what our students want. So research becomes very critical. Innovation networks, that's the innovation hubs that I was talking about. We have committed to providing funding and actually engaging students to come and dream, to pay them to dream, because if you don't dream, how else do you come up with innovations? So that's something that's very critical to us. I won't go into each and every single one of them, but yes, seminars. We believe that we can share knowledge and we can learn through what we call at First Mutual Holdings thought leadership strategies. So we have a wealth of minds and ideas in the form of our human resource base that can come and give guest lectures and talks to students. We've actually started doing that, and I believe we did something with the UZ through what we're calling Future First, which is a financial literacy program. It was great because we had lecturers attending, we had students attending, and we actually gave them the handles of what financial literacy is, what it actually means in a real world in terms of understanding your finance, being financially literate, what you can do in your individual capacity, not just to look for employment, but to think outside the box of how you can actually be financially stable and create economic dignity for yourself. And here I'd just like to sum up by saying that, Henry Ford once said, coming together is a beginning, keeping together is progress, and working together is success. So we're really excited that with the partnership model that I have put up on the screen, that we'll be able to do a lot of collaborations with the UZ and indeed move Zimbabwe forward. So with any partnership, there are constraints that we would want to solve, and we believe that through this partnership, the collaborations will be able to solve certain issues that are peculiar to Zimbabwe that we can also export to Africa. We can enhance our technical capabilities. Fresh minds, I think that's really important, and given the challenge that there's a lot of competition out there from both a corporate as well as a university perspective, it's important that we keep re-engineering and refreshing our technical capabilities, as well as the collaborations and knowledge sharing that help us to power Zimbabwe forward. And also just to change that culture. I think it's really important. We seem to have, I think as a nation, And in a lot of corporates, I think maybe with the exception of one or two, I won't promote my competitors, but that being said, I think you need to acknowledge the strength of your competitors. We need to think outside the box. We need to move fast. We need to change that culture of talk shows, of presenting papers, of theories that aren't put to practice. So we really want to push the aspect of what we call fail fast. Try it out. If it doesn't work, it's not the end of the world. I think Econet does this very well. They'll put out something out there, they'll try it. If it doesn't work, they learn from their mistakes and move on. So we're also hoping that through this partnership, we can foster that thought process among students and also help to move our brand forward as First Mutual. The tangible outcomes of what we think will come out of this partnership, obviously tangible research. This is what the data, the information that will allow us to make informed decision and actually bring innovations that maybe the people didn't realize that they wanted. Like Henry Ford said, people would have wanted faster horses, but he gave them cars, which have literally evolved. We now have electric cars, smart cars. I think that maybe for some of us, if you're like me, I'm 50, when I was like 15, who'd ever have thought that would have a push-start car that doesn't need a key? But here we are. Now we have driverless cars. So we need to really focus on tangible research that allows us to come up with products. Patent and licensing, this obviously, if innovations do come up, the university will benefit from that, patenting and licensing, and also commercialization of products. It brings money to everyone. The issue of studying, masters, doctorates, etc. has been spoken about by the previous speaker, so I won't go into that. And also, I think what's really important is the social benefits. We need to understand that our market now, it's not just about money. They're not, the new market that we're dealing with aren't interested in how much dollars and cents you're making. They're interested in the impact that you are making to the world. So what is your social commitment? What are you doing to improve your environment? What are you doing to improve the lot of people around you? So we believe that by this partnership, we're addressing that. We're addressing job creation, the community needs, clients' needs will be met. Yes, everyone will make money, but at the end of the day, we need to be sustainable and responsible to the environment within which we operate. So, the benefits. For us, like I said, I'm representing First Mutual. It's a high level of performance and innovation for First Mutual. We believe that our partnership will also allow us to have client-centric solutions which not only benefit the customers, but will respond rapidly to market needs. So we need those young brains, we need those new ideas. That's what will take us forward. And lastly, quality university researchers, publications that are funded, because a lot of the things don't happen because there's no funding. So we're willing to commit to that. And this will ultimately lead to innovations, financial gain, and intellectual property. Thank you. I think that was a hint. I do take hints. I've come to the end of my 10-15 minutes. But thank you very much for listening, and we're here to help you go beyond. And we believe that if we put our minds together, as we said, First Mutual, hashtag, it's possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't want to spoil the presentation. At this stage, I just want to give ladies first the opportunity to raise questions and seek clarifications. I was surprised to see professors taking notes, so the university is learning.
I think we're all learning.
Yeah. Ladies. Okay. Yes, who can also, maybe they can also be represented by men, if it is okay with you. Yes.
Thank you very much for the insightful presentation. One day I read an article by Eddie Cross, and he was saying some young guys came to ask him for financial advice. And the financial advice he gave them that in our economy, don't sell. I think we experienced it. I had a savings plan. I had a savings plan with another company. I started saving when it was $. Now I think I'm happy. What do you think?
Okay, well, I'm going to answer that in two parts. Insofar as the macroeconomic environment, we can't speak on behalf of the government. But what we can say, though, is that we're in the business of risk management, and this applies to everyone. I'll give you an example. If you, I'll give you a live example. We had a client who had decided that they were not going to save, they were not going to pay for their funeral cash plan because the money didn't make sense and they might as well spend their money. Fair enough, that's on you. But he cancelled his policies, right? And literally 2 days later, his child died. Right, so now you've cancelled your policy, you don't have that funeral cash plan. Remember at the beginning of my talk, I said economic dignity. Yes, you might not have 1,000%, you might not have what you had, but what we're saying is manage your risk so that you're starting from somewhere. You don't start by going to the relatives, so what we're saying is, like with this client, because one of our values is care, we then waived the fact that he had cancelled all his policies and paid out, and he was able to give his child a decent burial. So the point is, yes, we may say that there's hyperinflation. Those are things that, as businesses, we can't control. But what we're saying is that be prepared. Have some aspect of coverage. It's easier for me to help you, or for a relative or a friend to help you, if you say, look, and you would need $100, but I have 75. But if you're starting from zero base because you've decided you're not going to manage your risk, I don't think it's wise, because this situation is not always going to be like that. Another example, if you're not insured, let's say your car, for example, and you have an accident, you can't claim. You literally are back to minus, you're not even back to zero. But if you can get some sort of assistance, you're able to start somewhere. So I think that we need to think beyond our current situation and what's affecting us, and actually say, what does risk management mean? You know what I mean? Otherwise, to know what I say, drought. Do you see where I'm coming from? So I think we just need to think beyond our circumstances and see how we can risk manage. That would be my advice to you.
We can take in another question. I think from the student, that would be ideal. Yourself. Can we have the mic, please?
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the presentation. My question is, you mentioned think tanks, and you wanted to be involved in helping to build them and establish them. Would you be doing this on the university, or you'll be doing this as an organization and inviting students to come and join you?
Okay, there's two aspects to it. Obviously, we run a business, so it would be for the benefit of the business primarily. The modalities of whether we have it at the university and we sponsor everything, we'll take on the model that Google does. We'll pay you to think and we'll provide the funding, but at the end of the day, whatever comes out of it is proprietary to First Mutual. But that being said, you are given some sort of benefit for the ideas that you come up with. So there's two ways that we'll be handling it. Yes, to just open it wide to the university, but in the same breath, if there's specifics that we actually want a think tank and new ideas, we will then host it at the business premises. But what's important is that collaboration and giving people the opportunity, young people the opportunity to dream and actually see their innovations come to life. So the modalities will be looked at. But that being said, we do appreciate that we need to have presence on campus, but we also need to have it on site as well for purposes of risk management.
Thank you. Farai, can you assure me that you also work with old brains? I thought you said young brains,
Yeah, man, I told you that I'm 50, so yeah. So I think we cater across. Economic dignity applies to you whether you're 1 year old or whether you're 88 years old or you're 30 like yourself.
Thank you. Yes, I think you'll be the last. Okay, so let's give preference to my apology.
Thank you for the presentation. I will say a statement in economics, other things being equal, which is ceteris paribus. Yeah, I want to know, here I am contributing to First Mutual Life. I am healthy and the like. I don't even use, your whatever, to go to hospitals and whatever. Let's just say for the sake of argument, maybe I spent 10 years without claiming anything from you. Is there something, from the insurance to give back to me because I have been behaving very well? I will also tell you what, maybe advertisement or whatever, but there is an insurance, in South Africa, they're our neighbor. They say, concerning vehicles, insurance of vehicles, if you spend so many years without, a claim or anything, there is that, kickback that gives to you. Is it the same, with First Mutual? Thank you.
Okay, from a health perspective, from First Mutual Health, we do have cash back. So if you don't claim over, I think it's 2 years, you do get something back, right? So we are practicing that from our health side. On what you're talking about with outsurance, it's something that we are innovating through Nikos Diamond, but it's something that we are developing. We also have to realize that we have quite a small market, and in order for us to be able to do that, we have to partner with what we call telematics, which also monitors your usage, your behaviors, your pattern, which lead to your no claims, and therefore we can reduce your premiums because we can actually track how you're behaving, that, and with telematics, we can actually tell that, okay, every Friday you go for a drink up with the girls, and then, Saturday night you're doing the same thing. That increases your risk. So when they say they're going to give you something back, it's determined by a lot of data and analytics, so which is where partnership with the university would come in. If we can come up with a proprietary telematics system, for example, instead of buying it out there, that would also help us to come up with those products, but it is determined by usage, by age, by a lot of things that you do. So you won't be told that behind the scenes you have to behave in a certain way for you to get that no claims bonus or a reduced premium per month. It's also dependent on age. If you're 20, your premiums will shoot up in that particular setup. And if you're a little bit older and we assume that you're more responsible and your behavior, your premiums then also come down a little. So yeah, thank you for that. We'll take note, but it's something that we are working on as well.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for your presentation and thank you for your services you are providing. But what I need to say here is every time we see your packages, they always relate to people after death. Can't you come up with a package that one can benefit? Maybe you can do a 10-year, then after 10 years you start to receive your premiums from you until death. Something like that.
Like I said, we have a whole spectrum of products, and I think you've probably just interacted with us at point of funeral cash plan. We have various savings products. One of them is the early harvest plan, where you can get your money after X number of years. We have unit trust. We have, look, I would then start to go through each and every single one of them. But what I can do is give you my card, and then I can actually put you in touch with certain members of the team who will be able to advise you on the kind of products that you can take that actually benefit you while you're alive.
Farai, thank you so much. Don't give me the card. You talk to the Vice Chancellor. Thank you. thank you for the presentation. Let's continue the subject of money. At this stage, I would like to give the opportunity to the Zimbabwe Chamber of Mines and call Mr. Isaac Kwesu to give a talk. And as he is coming from the first presentation, we learned the mining development ministry employs only 710. And this country is abundant minerals, and we are beggars on a golden beach. So I want to find out how the university can partner with the chamber to solve that problem. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. May I start by recognizing the Vice Chair of the University of Zimbabwe Council, Mrs. Mutize, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Zimbabwe, Professor Mafumo, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. My name is Isaac Kwesu. I'm the CEO of the Chamber of Mines of Zimbabwe. As the Director of Ceremony has just alluded, there are a lot of expectations on the mining industry, specifically to steer the growth, development, and improving the welfare of citizens of Zimbabwe. There is an old adage which says, if you cannot grow it, you have to mine it. When you mine it, then you're going to grow it. So through mining, we're going to grow our economy, we can improve the welfare of the people. Zimbabwe is endowed with a diverse mineral resource that has played a critical role in the country's development and still pertinent to the recovery and growth of our economy in the future. While this is true, we know that the country is yet to be fully explored to reveal the full potential of our resource endowment. Just to give you the perspective of the Chamber of Mines, what role do we play in unlocking the mineral resource and ensure that it plays a critical role in the uplifting of our lives? The Chamber of Mines was created in 1939 through an Act of Parliament with specific mandate to promote, to encourage, to protect, to foster our mining industry, and doing everything advisable for those objects. As the Chamber of Mines, we strongly believe that the quality of research and innovation of institutions of higher learning, such as UZ, is critical in revealing the full extent of our mineral endowment and the efficient exploitation of these resources. In late 2017, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, E.D. Mnangagwa, implored the private sector to work closely with the nation's institutions of higher learning to proffer solutions to the challenges facing the country. Even before the charge from the President, the Chamber of Mines had seen it well ahead, and together with the University of Zimbabwe, which is one of the leading institutions of higher learning in the country, we had embarked on a mission to reposition mining-related programs to address the manpower and technical challenges facing our mining sector in Zimbabwe. We are happy to announce that as the Chamber, we have responded to the call of His Excellency. The two institutions, that is the UZ and the Chamber of Mines, signed a memorandum of understanding on September 13, 2017 to set up a Center of Excellence for the mineral research and education at UZ with the support of our members in the mining houses in Zimbabwe. The University of Zimbabwe and the Chamber of Mines agreed on the need for an operational center of excellence in mining metallurgy and geosciences. This center promotes the discovery, recovery, processing, and value addition to the mineral resources in the country. This center is also devoted to advancing all aspects of mineral engineering and research. This Center of Excellence is a one-stop center for addressing mineral-related technical, environmental, socio-economic, and policy issues in the country as they relate to mining. Just to give you insights to what this Center of Excellence or the MOU constitute. The terms of partnership include teaching and research laboratories, where UZ and Chamber agreed to cooperate in the joint development and endowment of teaching and research laboratories in mining, metallurgy, and geology at UZ, and any other mining-related programs that may be set up in the future. These laboratories will form the core of future collaboration between the parties and are essential in providing better services to the industry and the country at large. The laboratories will also be used for the training of undergraduate and postgraduate manpower to meet the needs of the mineral industry in Zimbabwe. The Chamber, yes, and will continue to facilitate and mobilize the different mining houses operating in Zimbabwe to develop specific or unique memoranda of agreement with the UZ in a manner consistent with our overarching MOU with the university at large. Since the signing of our MOU, mining houses such as Ungi, Mimosa Mining Companies have provided equipment to modernize the teaching and research facilities at the university. Discussions are ongoing with other mining houses for the procurement and installation of other needed teaching and research equipment. Also, as part of the MOU, there is also a section on consortia for research collaboration, where the two institutions, that is UZ and our chamber, agreed to collaborate in carrying out funded, applied, and cutting-edge research that promotes the discovery, recovery, processing, and value addition, and to address the challenges facing the mineral industry relating to the issues of discovery, recovery, and value addition. Since the signing of the MOU, proposals for setting up consortia to address pertinent issues in different sectors of the mining industry are ongoing. These consortia will address exploration, mining, processing, and environmental issues in the PGM, gold, coal, and chrome sectors along the Great Dyke, and these are advanced stages of development. To ensure governance and full participation, the MOU also provides for the setting up of an industrial board, that is the Mining Industry Advisory Board. An industry advisory board has since been set up to support the UZ activities as they pertain to our mining industry. The advisory board will provide input into the continuous review of the curriculum in the 3 departments that we've talked about, geology, mining, and metallurgy, and any other programs that may be set up in the future. Placement of academic staff in the industry. As part of the collaborative effort, the Chamber of Mines agreed with the UZ to assist in placement of lecturers in relevant fields on short-term attachment in the industry to help them appreciate the problems and challenges facing our industry as necessary prelude to developing appropriate solution to these challenges. The Chamber of Mines is also closely associated just outside the UZ with other institutions that also support our mining industry, specifically in areas that the UZ does not cover, but which is also part of our mining value chain. Relating to technical, we have an agreement, or rather we are part of the ownership of the Zimbabwe School of Mines, which also provide the technical staff to the industry. And as a responsible chamber, we also fund about 20% of our annual budget. We supported the Zimbabwe School of Mines. Just to round up, so that I will entertain more questions than telling what we are doing and what we continue doing, will be available. Whatever information you may need to know in the chamber. But just to sum up by saying the Chamber of Mines has always been and remains committed to the development of the country's human capital, support research in areas that relate to mining as a foundation for our socio-economic development of Zimbabwe. With those remarks, I thank you. I'm also a former student of the University of Zimbabwe and also a former academic staff for almost 10 years here.
Wow.
Thank you, sir. As CEO speak slowly in a measured way. That's what I observed. I think we will take 3 questions before we take the tea break. Okay. So we'll take from Prof. Feresu, and then the gentleman right at the back, and him or maybe we'll increase by 1 and take 4.
My question maybe is not really from your presentation, but I just wanted to find out the environment aspects of mining and taking into account also the ethos of the environment where minerals are extractable. And what about environment says we should take care of ourselves as well as our future generations. So I just wanted to find out your thoughts on that.
I know Prof. Feresu are always passionate when it comes to environmental management. And responsible mining, sustainable mining, we all support it. As Zimbabwe, not just the Chamber of Mines, we must anchor mining on 3 pillars. 1, the economic, 2, the social, and 3, the environment, if you have to talk about sustainable mining. Ourselves and the government, we always design programs that will ensure there is responsible and sustainable mining. We agree mining is finite and it's intergenerational. Beyond mining, we still want to see our habitable environment. We want to continue enjoying the fruits that we will be mining in years. We support the policy by operationalizing and implementing. Government has an environmental policy. We from the chamber, we have developed products that will ensure that even that those who are irresponsible, such as small-scale mines, will cater for whatever they do in the global sphere of calling it mining industry. So we are developing what we call the mining environment insurance product, where the mining houses, as well as small scale, where possible, we all put this money into a fund that will be managed by the government and private sector, specifically for the purpose of environment. We know EMA tried to come up with a punitive or penalties, which may not be a solution, but a solution is what do we do when we see an environment that is not what we want it to be. It must be supported through some lifelong insurance products, and we've done that.
I cannot ignore the royal age, so I'll allow you to override the other, but then they will get the chance.
Thank you very much for the presentation, which to me was very clear in respect of excellence and involvement of mining houses with respect to improving benefit from the mining industry. But I did not hear, or at least I missed the emphasis on the embracing of the small-scale miners in the MOU.
Can we take the other questions so that you can respond one time? I think that's more efficient that way.
So, okay, thank you very much. I heard Professor Ferres getting worried about the environment. I'm actually worried about the resources, which are almost getting, exhausted as they are just leaving the country on a day by day. So I wanted to hear whether the Chamber of Mines are really aware that on daily basis the minerals are leaving the country. And we are not getting the value out of it. I'm not feeling the value into it. I don't know whether we are getting it, but I'm not feeling it. Because I've been on a survey on the use of mercury from Matebele in South along with the Great Dyke. And I got to Chikuti, and I was surprised to see on an environmental issue a mounted dump site, which is almost as big as this diamond site. That has been done by certain miners who are not small-scale artisanal miners, or who are not locals. I'm not going to say who they are, but they are failing everything and actually building another mountain after they have extracted what they want and they take it out. I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to find out the role of the chamber in instilling good mining behavior. We have incidences of increased violence, especially in communities. Recently we conducted a study in the Shava area, and one of the issues that came up was that of increased violence from the so-called Mashurubi. Is the chamber involved in any way in ensuring that that kind of behavior is stopped as it were? We actually had a situation where the local people got to a stage that they were always in fear of this Mashurubi, and they were even saying the police were trying, but they themselves were also attacked.
Okay, we had already asked him to postpone his question. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kwesi, for your presentation. I have two questions. The first question relates to the corporate social reporting disclosure practices of mining companies. Disclosures have been found to be scant, particularly to do with emissions data, issues to do with emissions gaseous into water and affecting ecology, etc., etc. Investors are concerned about contingent liabilities when they take on such shares in mining companies. That's the first question. The second question is, how are we going to monitor the issue of transfer pricing by multinational companies, in particular as we can now have a majority foreign shareholding? How are we going to protect our minority shareholders from abuse by majority foreign shareholders? Abuse can take the form of transfer pricing, as I've indicated, management fees, issues to do with marketing and distribution fees, and may result in a lack of dividends for local shareholders. Thank you.
The last one.
Thank you. My question is concerning the conflict between mining and cultural heritage conservation. I'm wondering if your chamber has any policies or any structure, any, do you have anything to do with the protection of cultural heritage? Because as with the environment, mining occurs, and then when the miners leave, they've destroyed our cultural heritage, which is supposed to be for posterity for all Zimbabweans. I am wondering if you have any, if you can answer to that, those questions. Thank you.
Let me try my best in responding to these questions. Some of them I may not be the appropriate institution, but where possible, without referring either to government or others, I will try my best. In terms of embracing small scale into the MOU, the small scale miners have their own institution, which is called Zimbabwe Mining Federation, which is part of government. We are a private voluntary organization that was formed through an act of parliament, so we have our constitution which governs us, and small scale they have their constitution governing them. But within the chamber constitution, we also provide for small scale. We have grades, class A, large mines, up to class G, which is the small mine. So it's covered from the chamber. But in a manner that you may want it, but from the chamber we cover all large and scale. But specific to small scale, this can easily be dealt with the Zimbabwe Mining Federation and the UZ. But notwithstanding that, we also accommodate small scale in our structures, but not specializing in small scale. The specialty is with the Zimbabwe Mining Federation. So we try as much as we can also to involve them, because small scale miners, they also have a sitting in the chamber, and their issues are also deliberated at our board, at the executive committee meetings. Hopefully I've done justice on this one. On leakages, again, the chamber is not a regulatory arm. As I've said at the beginning, our mandate is specifically to promote, to protect, to foster, and encourage mining related activities in a manner that is consistent with the objective of our country. We don't condone leakages, but when we talk about how much leakages or how much of our mining output we are losing through leakages, these numbers can be answered easily by the Minerals Marketing Commission, which sells all minerals except gold, and for gold and silver, that is the Fidelity printers and the refiners. But government, you have controls at the end. They have what we call metal accounting, which we hope, if properly done and supported by all stakeholders or like-minded stakeholders, will be able to overcome this issue of mineral leakages. Mineral leakages, I can't argue to say are they not prevalent, because wherever there's mining, there may always be those potential leakages, but it's up to the controlling arms, monitoring arms of government to ensure that these leakages don't exist. So again, you have to support the government and also use it through research, come up with innovative ways that can also ensure that these mineral leakages don't exist. You have also talked about the source sites, which you call the dam sites in areas of environment. Yes, these challenges, we have seen them. Predominantly, the large scale, I know you may not want to be very elaborative, but they are not done by our traditional miners, but also other miners who may not be registered, such as Chinese, who have come on board. What we've done, we've tried to talk to every mining entity, whether they're a member or not, to ensure that these issues are dealt with at global level, other than just to say our members subscribe to environment management practices. Also, those who are not, we've tried to bring them on board, specifically the Chinese, and ensure that we work in harmony with all mining entities. On the third question relating to the role of the chamber in issues of violence, those kind of areas of Shamba, as I've just said, this role can easily be played by government and their arms. We have the controlling regulatory weapons. We as chamber, we don't condone violence. We try as much as possible through our voice to ensure that these issues don't happen, as we have always done. But immediate solutions when violence erupts, it has to do with the sacred arms of government, and we always engage them whenever such instances happen. So we encourage and ensure government do everything possible to minimize this instance of violence. The other question relating to CS reporting and disclosures when it comes to emission data. Yes, when it comes to disclosures worldwide, I think it is perceived mining is opaque and we cannot easily get the data that we may want. But also through subscription into other institutions relating to transparency and governance, such as mining revenue transparency initiatives. We've seen some disclosure relating to this data. But as a chamber, what I'm trying to do, we've embraced research, survey, and data dissemination to all stakeholders who may need the data. Whichever data, we may not have that data immediately, but we always try by all means to provide any data that a stakeholder or public may request. So if you want any specific data that you feel you may not have it, just talk to us. We also relate with other arms of government, such as the ZIMSTATS, our ministry, to ensure that all data that may be required by the public will be availed. Also talked about the issues of transfer pricing and abuse of minority. Again, we need to strengthen our monitoring, regulatory and control of our minerals, specifically when they are mined. And again, government is trying their best to ensure that these issues are resolved. As Chamber, we always provide all pertinent information. You may have heard the Minister of Finance in 2018 budget unveiling, where he said they're coming up with a new fiscal framework for the mining industry that will ensure the government gets all pertinent information they want. They've already started gathering data, and the Chamber will have been very, very supportive in providing all data the government require, and this may be one of the solution at the end. Also, 2 weeks ago, Minister of Mines, Chamber of Mines and other critical stakeholders, we met with civil organizations to find how best we can also adopt transparency and effective governance structures in mining. Either we adopt already existing mining disclosure agreements, or we come up with Zimbabwe's unique mining revenue transparency initiatives. All these issues are being mooted, and we as an institution, we are strongly participating and supporting. Conflict between mining and cultural heritage. Yes, we support that there must be protection of cultural heritage in the same way we protect the environment. But this is also an area that would want to work with all responsible and like-minded institutions to ensure that we have this either legislated or enunciated in policy to ensure that we have a framework that will subscribe to cultural heritage protection. Have I left any question? No. Thank you. I may not have answered the
Thank you.
again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for taking time to respond to the questions. I don't want to waste your time. I just want to ask you, the Director of Ceremonies, who is very experienced at handling these situations, to come and take off his place. Thank you.
I thought the chairman of the session was doing an incredible job. Hidden talent there. I think a big round of applause to our presenters this morning. I was just listening, I think like all of us, I think there is a lot which can really be done. I'm really excited about the prospects, which I think us as an institution can go ahead and have with our partners. We are going for tea now. We're going for tea. If I can ask our guests to the UZ, not people who are coming from the other side of campus, and then you consider yourself guests over here. Guests to the UZ, together with our members of council and our executive, to go upstairs for tea. And then for us who are important guests, we have got a serving point here for tea. Everyone is going to have tea. It's just a different location where we are going to have tea. It's exactly the same tea, but you just have to trust me because I'll be going up and down to just monitor.
It goes. Now we understand what I'm talking about. So it goes like this. Sidi sikhathi ngiphilikitana ngecebo cebo lokucebisimo sana ngesenzo sencekwesa sizukuba singacubi thina Sidi sikhathi ngiphilikitana ngecebo cebo lokucebisimo sana ngesenzo sencekwesa sizukuba singacubi thina sixoxe ngotolo lwethu sixoxe ngotolo lwethu lixoshana nesifebe iqula liqola
ngesifebe ikula liqonde emaqaqeni linqumo ukuqeda ngesifebe indoda eyadonduka ukhuluma yabhuqa indoda eyadonduka yaphawula amaqini.
Kind enough to see me a little bit later on when I peel off to go to the side there. I want to greet you again, and I want to welcome those who might have joined us after the morning session. We are today looking at our Partners Day, a very important day to us. We want to listen to our partners as our University of Zimbabwe, and we are hoping to also be a good partner to you, the way we consider you to be important partners to us. At this juncture, I'm going to hand over to our chairman, the chairman of the session, Mr. Sam Kange is going to chair this session for us. I want to just remind our exhibitors, if we still have any exhibitors here, if you could kindly go to your exhibits, the UZ exhibitors, because we're having quite a bit of traffic over there. You had your chance during the morning. If you could go to your exhibits, please. If we have any UZ exhibitors, you can do it quietly. You can even use the backside entrance. Thank you, Mr. Samkaki.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies, the Vice Chairperson of Council, the Vice Chancellor, the two Pro-Vice Chancellors, and members of Senate and Council, and the rest of us, the community of UZ. But more so our guests, particularly the presenters from our partnerships. We really welcome you, and we ask you to work with us in the many requests that we make, and we are capable of asking for even more. So we would like you to listen to them very diligently and help us along. Those who know Professor Mgutu will know that he's much more handsome than I am, much taller than I am, but unfortunately he's indisposed. So I shall impersonate him for this morning, and hopefully he will return the favor in the afternoon. We are going to listen more to the presenters than to me, so I'm going to call upon the head of the unit of UNESCO, Dr. Pinith Changtalangsi, and I hope I have not massacred your name. He's going to talk to us about climate change, bioethics, artificial intelligence, and examining the new frontiers for the social and human science. Dr. Changtalangsi.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Vice Chancellor, all officials, I'm very happy to be with you today. I'm Pinith Changtalangsi. I'm Program Specialist for Social Human Sciences sector within the UNESCO Regional Office of Harare. And since I'm very new in Zimbabwe, I'm still settling in, it is a really nice opportunity for me to engage with you and get more acquainted with the Zimbabwean higher education system today. So, as you know, the UNESCO is the UN body specialized on education, science, and culture. And as you can tell, our main concern is to promote education, science, and culture. And today, talking about Research Week, it is of course one of our priorities to work with national partners in improving higher education system, in improving research system, but in improving as well the relationship from universities and society at large. So today, I just wanted to focus on a very particular angle of how university could help society and the various stakeholders to better engage in what I call and we call at UNESCO New Frontiers Matters. So in my presentation, I will focus on three new emerging global changes that call upon specifically social and human sciences to come up with new ideas, new way of doing research, but also new way of liaising with society. So let me first focus on the definition of what we call new frontiers. Let us be simple and let's say that new frontiers are all issues and matters that raise open-ended questionings in relation with the tremendous technical and technological power that human beings have acquired over themselves, over the others, over their kind, and also over the nature. So new frontiers designate all matters in relation with global changes induced by technological power of humankind. So this is why I will focus on three examples, which is the climate change, bioethics, and artificial intelligence, and to see what kind of disturbances these global changes, the power, the technological power that we have in these particular fields, induce changes in the way we do research, in the way we reflect on what is called progress. And in particular case for Zimbabwe, what we call industrialization. So how social and human sciences are called upon to address these issues? I would say that the very blunt questioning is why the social and human sciences have ever been so badly needed, and yet they are threatened in their very existence and usefulness. We can tell that if you take indicators of investment, public investment in social and human sciences in comparison with engineering, for instance, or in comparison with management studies, you can tell that human sciences and social sciences get less investment from the public sector. And yet, we emphasize that we badly need expertise from social and human sciences. So this paradoxical situation needs to be addressed in the areas that I will speaking about as well. So let us move to the first disturbances. I call them disturbances on purpose because these are main global challenges that are going to influence our life and disrupt our practices and our theories. The first disturbance, I called it teleological disturbance. Teleology, as you know, means the aims, what we are aiming at as humankind. And I just wanted to start with a quote from the philosopher Jean-François Lyotard, who is well known to state that in contemporary post-industrial society and postmodern culture, the grand narrative has lost its credibility. So grand narratives today, grand narratives used to be, for instance, Marxism. This is why I just used this picture to show you that during maybe the last 70 years, up to the fall of the Berlin Wall, the discourse, the grand narrative about emancipation of mankind was really the leading narrative. And of course, this particular narrative was counterbalanced with the capitalistic discourse. So humankind were driven for so many decades by two competitive grand narratives. Now, as we stand today, we can hardly say today what are the grand narratives that would drive us towards whatever progress we might want to entail and to understand for the aim that we want to fix for our next generations. So in this postmodern and also post-industrial society, we have the raising question of, are we still part of a common epic tale geared towards equality, freedom, progress? Do these concepts still resonate today in our minds? And if they do, what do they entail today? What is progress? What is freedom today? What is equality? And in the case of Zimbabwe, is the epic tale about industrialization driving us? What does this entail in the 21st century when the world has shifted into a digital world? Do we believe in industrialization in the classical sense? Or do we want to fill this particular concept with alternatives and more innovative ways of thinking? So this is an open-ended question induced by the post-industrial and post-modern society where we live in today. In the field of education, and higher education in particular, are culture and knowledge meant to free and emancipate our minds, or are they meant to find a job in a job market, between brackets? The tendency to consider culture and knowledge in an instrumental perspective needs to be questioned as well. So this call upon education science, political economy and sociology, philosophy, history, to come up and address these type of open-ended questions where there's no clear-cut grand narratives anymore, and our society needs to reinvent new forms of narratives that could drive us as a humankind and not as individual projects geared towards interest or benefits in the marketplace. Let me shift now to the second disturbance. So the first disturbance is about teleology, what we are aiming at. The second disturbance, I call it ontological disturbance, meaning disturbance on the way we consider and understand human being as a nature of humankind. Why is it ontological? You can tell from this picture, mankind has acquired so much technological power that we have managed to transform the surface of the globe. And not only we have transformed the surface of the globe, we have now entered into the Anthropocene era, where we are starting to transform the atmosphere. And this is what we call global warming and also climate change. So what it means that human power could transform the global and the cosmos in a way not ever seen before. It means that we have a questioning coming up in knowing, in understanding what does mean today of being a human being in the 21st century. When you know that one society and humankind at large, 8 billions or 7 billions that we are today, can transform the cosmos. So this is another question. The other question is the loss of biodiversity. You know that the recent report of the UN on biodiversity that dates from June this year, that talks about up to 1 million of species threatened by extinction, many within decades. This means that dozens species are going extinct every day. We've talked about this morning the mining industry. Less than 1% of the total land used on the globe are used for mining, 1% or less than 1%. And yet, the report emphasized that significant, and I quote, significant negative impact on biodiversity, on emissions, on water quality, and on human health are induced by mining industry. So this is why it was very important for us to hear from the representative, the CEO of the Chamber of Mining, on the social responsibility and environmental responsibility of that industry as well. So in terms of ontological questionings of who we are, I think it is really instrumental that social human sciences help us, guide us through critical thinking on who we are as humankind today and what is our real power and impact on the globe. This is why I wanted to let you know that in 2017, UNESCO member states have adopted the first ever international declaration on the ethical principles in relation with climate change. And this is a first ever declaration worldwide that specifically and explicitly emphasizes the ethical responsibility of states, of all stakeholders and of all citizens and of academia as well, with regard to next generations, ethical dimensions in relation to climate change. This is a new topic that needs to be better embedded and integrated into our teaching and research activities, and UNESCO will be really much eager to support any initiative in that sense. The other global change is also bioethics. What is bioethics? Bioethics is the application of technologies, cutting-edge technologies, to the living, to research in medicines, in medical science. So the technological power given by sciences to modify the human nature has gone in such a way that we can now decide and choose what kind of features we want for instance, the body of our yet-to-born children. So the question is, the ethical question is, so who is to control this power in observance of the doing no harm principle? Are we entitled to augmentative medical treatment, or are we entitled to curative only treatment? Do we have the right and the legitimacy to decide for yet-to-born human beings, and all the more so for the future generations? These are bioethical questionings that needs now to be addressed. And I want to insist on the point that this is not about science fiction. This is not about science's imagination and fantasies. This is already happening on the ground, and I'm sure even in Zimbabwe there are pharmaceutical firms, for instance, who test the future clinic test for future medicines on the populations. Have they got free and informed consent from all persons who are undergoing tests? This is also one of the bioethical questionings that we need to address as well. So bioethics is just not talking about very specialized questions about medical science. It is also tackling the issue of the way we address, for instance, the elderlies. Do we abandon them in retirement houses without a family taking care of them? This is also one of the bioethics interrogations. Do we take care of the questions of gender-based violence, for instance, that generates, for instance, generates pregnancy? So how do we deal with that? Rapes induced, pregnancy induced by rapes. This is also one of the area where ethicists and philosophers, lawyers have to come on board and help us examine. And on this regard, again, UNESCO has adopted in 2005 the first ever, again, Universal Declaration on Bioethics and Human Rights, because the main purpose is to say that bioethics is a matter of human rights. And we have an international program on that topic. And then the third and the last disturbance that I would like to underline, I can hear the ring, I'm also nearly done. It is about axiological disturbances. So teleological, ontological, and now axiological. Axiological will talk about values. What kind of values, what kind of value system do we want to transmit as a legacy to the future generations? And I would link it to the challenge that we are facing now with what we call big data. So this is about the biodiversity, loss of biodiversity, I skip it. Now, talking about big data, I just show you these diagrams that really underlines what is at stake. You know, we are talking about my data. I'm sharing my data on social networks, for instance. Okay, this is my name, political party, probably, my mobile number. And then we have the second circle here, data about me. So data mining will then go and search for phone metadata to localize you. They will go to GPS location history, you see, and satellite data. So actually, data about me, I didn't mean to give it, to grant it to, let's say, multinational global firms. But actually, by giving my data and my phone number, they can mine other data about me. And then the next stage is data about people like me. And this is where, you know, commercial and businesses can be made of my data and data about me. And this is where consumers' preferences, political affiliation, risk quotients, we've been talking about insurances this morning. So this is where also we got trapped into monitoring. And we have been talking about the, what was it, wearing a health feature that could monitor my heart's beat, that could monitor my health. We are in the age of global monitoring of each and every one of us. And so what kind of value we want to take out from this era and from this global change. So that has influences on interpersonal relationship, into public governance, into knowledge production, into individual autonomy, but also into rights to privacy. And you know that we are now starting to talk about rights to be forgotten online, because whatever you put online and you communicate online, you share online, will not be forgotten by the big companies that are managing these platforms. So that is the last disturbance about artificial intelligence that also calls upon ourselves to address the ethical issues. Now, in terms of way forward, I'd like to underline that we would be very eager to work with you, first of all, in activating and operationalizing the thrusts. I've read about the 7 thrusts that this social science department has set up, interdisciplinary trust to boost research and innovation. We would really like to support you on that, to make sure that social and human sciences could really help other disciplines as well. So let me just underline these global reports. Sorry, it is in French here, but you can also find it in English online. This is a global world social sciences reports with thematic areas. First one was on digital divide. The second one was global environmental changes. And the third one was on inequalities worldwide. And then the upcoming one, I forget now the theme, but it could be very key that Zimbabwe research could also be reflected in this particular global research report. And then I end up my intervention by underlining and putting forward to you that globally we have global scientific committees looking into the ethics of science and technologies and looking into the ethical dimensions of sciences. We have also the International Bioethics Committee, where scientists across the world sit and issue cutting-edge reports. For instance, the last one was on robotics ethics, looking into artificial intelligence. So all these mines of resources of knowledge could be shared and better integrated into our research and teaching on the ground here in Zimbabwe, and UNESCO will be really looking forward to support you in bringing all these global knowledge mines to make it available and usable on site. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for that presentation, and I'm sorry I didn't know how to turn off my alarm clock for you. But right. We are going to invite discussion on the presentation, and we have a few minutes, so feel free to raise your questions. I think people are afraid that you walk away with their data. But may I invite Mrs. Muzide?
Thank you very much. I wish to speak as a Research Council of Zimbabwe and encourage the Vice Chancellor to get a copy of the presentation so that we actually do have some collaborations, tangible ones, emanating from this presentation. Was that as the Vice Chairperson or as the Executive Director of the Research Council? I'm not sure. But anyway, that was my comment.
The lady on the left side.
I just wanted to ask a question in connection with the interaction of UNESCO and UNEP on the issue of global warming and global change. What is the interaction, and how can, as an institute here, we've been working a lot with UNEP in terms of global change, but how can we use that strength to be able to work with UNESCO under the same program?
Two more questions, then we'll invite you to respond.
Thank you for your presentation. You mentioned issues to do with grand narratives to a great extent. And I was wondering whether you as UNESCO have a grand narrative in terms of your operational philosophy. First, your investments in Africa and other developing countries appear to illustrate what is termed as a stakeholder shared values philosophy. In particular, issues to do with horticulture, honey production, and so on and so forth. Even health-wise, issues to do with tackling diabetes, HIV/AIDS. You combine government, NGOs, and the community. So that I refer to as the stakeholder shared values as a grand narrative. To what extent do you prescribe to this philosophy as UNESCO? Are there any other philosophies that your organization currently subscribes to?
Final question or comment?
Okay, thank you for your very good presentation. I just had a question on the issue of social sciences. I'm from engineering, and I wanted to know what are your perspectives concerning introducing the social sciences into engineering curriculum, so that when engineers innovate, they ensure that they are innovating towards what's needed, and they are aware of the sustainability issues that they need to address in this generation.
I'm actually very glad for that question you've asked, because yesterday the Vice Chancellor challenged our social sciences people, the humanities, not to feel threatened, but to feel proactive, so that all our innovations actually reflect the humanities and the values that we are supposed to be carrying. And I noticed you touched on bioethics. Perhaps you might want to also answer that question in that context.
Thank you so much for these questions. So first of all, about maybe let me tackle the UNESCO's grand narrative, because this is a very good one. And I would say that the very clear-cut narrative that we've been carrying and bearing and implementing since 1945, in the aftermath of the Second World War, is coined in the very first sentence of our Constitution, which reads, "Since war begins in the minds of men, it is in the minds of men that defenses of peace must be built." So you see, this is the motto of UNESCO: peace building in the minds of men through education, science and culture. So this is a narrative that today, of course, in the era of monitoring and indicators, quantitative indicators, it is really difficult to quantify the impact, the short-term impact of science, education and culture. It is more easier to measure the impact of a business, of course. But I think this grand narrative needs to continue. It needs to be demonstrated in terms of impact on the long run. And we, universities, academia, and research institutions have a particular responsibility in finding the very narrative, a very innovative way to show that this grand narrative is important. So I think in terms of UNESCO narrative, it is that one: peace through education, science and culture, working on the minds for the long-term changes. Of course, shared partnership with stakeholders, this is one of the key modality of actions for UNESCO, because we are working with member states. We are an intergovernmental organization, but at the same time, as I showed you earlier, we have also a scientific body with independent scientists that are sitting in these global boards ad persona in the quality of their own scientific research and independence. So we are combining intergovernmental, scientific independent role with committees, specified committees, but also on the ground we are working with civil society organizations, universities, etc. And we want to grow that further. UNEP and UNESCO, you know that when we started to draft the Declaration on the Ethical Principles in relation to climate change, UNEP, of course, was one of the board member that was developing and unfolding the drafting of the declaration with UNESCO. And obviously, now that the declaration is adopted, we need to translate that into sensitization, educational tools, to complement what UNEP is doing in terms of sensitization as well. But what is very specific here at UNESCO is that we are stressing on the ethical principles of climate change. We are saying that it is not a matter only of natural sciences and climatologists, for instance. It is also about the social impact of climate change, drought, the raising level of the sea. You would have all these kind of intergenerational responsibility, ethical responsibility that we would like to stress and underline and pass it through in terms of, again, grand narrative. Intergenerational responsibility is one of the key challenges that we have to address if we want to achieve what is called the sustainable development. In terms of tangible collaboration, Madam Chair, I think there are so many, but I would start by two of them. One, as you mentioned, the gentleman in the back, how do we ensure that our innovation hubs are not carrying, I would say, a positivist or a naive narratives on progress? what we use the term industrialization today, is it the same meaning that used to be meant, a century ago? No, obviously no. But we need critical sciences, meaning philosophy, history, to look back as well in the history of humankind, sociology, anthropology, to help us in these innovation hubs, to ensure that whatever comes as technological innovation, we also embrace it in a much more global picture, like it's here. You see, innovation, maybe we have to avoid that innovation hubs look to themselves through this lens. We need to have sides, step aside and decentralize, decenter our vision in order to embrace a more global picture of what entails in industrialization and innovation in particular. So UNESCO would be really, really interested to work with you in trying to come up with the most suitable and effective feature in embedding pluridisciplinarity, interdisciplinarity, and I know that Professor Shemisa talked about interdisciplinarity in his address as well. Second areas maybe is also to look at the power of arts. I know that there's also an arts and humanities department here. Arts and research, arts and technologies could be another way of also decentering our vision on research. Working with artists, linking up researchers in various fields with artists could be another way of decentering our minds and maybe address some black spots that we haven't envisioned before while we were sitting in our own silo of disciplines. So in a nutshell, I would say, let us work together on interdisciplinarity around this very enthusiastic innovation hubs. And that could be one of the initial areas of collaboration with UNESCO. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I have a big round of applause for the presenter who stimulated a lot of thinking. Thank you very much, sir. I'm going to call upon our next presenter, who I believe is coming in her capacity as the CEO of the Research Council, while she wears the other hat of being our main employer. Mrs. Mzute is going to talk to us about the Research Council of Zimbabwe, and perhaps at some point might want to think about the question which he has raised, which is, does regulation stand as an anathema towards or against innovation and research?
I do not have my watch, but I do wish to say good something. I'm not sure whether it's morning or afternoon. Whichever it is good. Vice Chancellor, members of Council, I also wish to acknowledge my own leadership, Chairman of Council, Vice Chairman of Council, and the Chair of this session, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The Research Council of Zimbabwe, something is not working. Okay, thank you. The Research Council of Zimbabwe is very happy to be presenting after the very powerful presentation from UNESCO. I also wish to say that the Vice Chancellor on Monday said Shumba Zapasa. The lions, literal translation, have broken out. I do not wish to fit his interpretation, but from where I sit as a regulator, I put my own interpretation that there is probably pandemonium, there is probably need for someone with some sense somehow, and therefore, perhaps if we are talking about research, innovation, and industrialization, that someone might be the Research Council of Zimbabwe. We see we need to compare notes. My presentation will talk about who the Research Council of Zimbabwe is, our success factors, our strategic plan, and the rest I'm sure you have been reading. So, the Research Council of Zimbabwe is a grant-aided organ of state established in terms of the Research Act, Chapter 1022. Chairman of Session, I know you like this part. To promote, direct, supervise, and coordinate research. I also humbly know as my boss that you do not like this part very much. To control research conducted in terms of any act. But I quickly add, the Research Council of Zimbabwe, the Research Act as we speak today, does not have explicit punitive measures, meaning the control will have to be through other means, such as the ones which we're talking about, which were being talked about from the UNESCO presentation and other ones. The Research Council of Zimbabwe is under the Office of the President and Cabinet. So, our successes, I will highlight establishment of ZINGSA, which I am sure is a new kid on the block in terms of a high technology entity in the country. I also wish to highlight the Symposia series as one of our achievements for which we are at the 12th. We also did a series of rapid results initiatives on functionality of the National Science, Technology and Innovation System, of which I can add that the innovation hubs and the industrial parks are a welcome addition with respect to that effort. I like to keep to time, so, and I also know that I am talking to a high achievers audience. So even as I talk, you'll be reading and multitasking, as we have been shown from as one of the desirables from the Public Service Commission. So I will talk and also skip over some other items, assuming that you will have read. So the Research Council of Zimbabwe has our strategic plan, spanning 2019 to 2023. It was guided by certain parameters from government, but our key result areas are research results utilization, research promotion, direction, supervision, and coordination, information dissemination, and of course, the development of the organization itself, the Research Council. The goals to increase the number of stakeholders and clients contributing to RCZ-initiated programs by 100% by December 2023, taking 2018 as a baseline. The RCZ programs are wide and ranging. Facilitates utilization of research results for at least 30 projects by December 2023. Functionalize the disbursement framework for National Research and Development Funds by 2019 and secure annual disbursement of at least 1% of GDP towards R&D. We are planning some amendments to the Research Act, then increase the operational capacity of the Research Council of Zimbabwe. The outcomes and impact: increased uptake of research results, increased access and sharing of research facilities. We like that very much at the Research Council of Zimbabwe because it is expensive business and we need to be able to share facilities throughout the country, and even thinking of SADC and beyond our borders. Improved compliance level to the Research Act, increased organizational efficiency, increased collaborations in research, and the impact. We are looking at improved quality of life for Zimbabweans, improved goods and services that hold their own in the international market. Promoting the uptake of at least 2 research results by 31 December 2019, funding at least 2 demand-driven research projects, hosting the 12th Zimbabwe International Research Symposium, and attaining stage 1 towards ISO certification. We were schooled to plan, not to fail. So we have not failed in that score. It was guided by also budget and availability of other resources. With respect to the other targets, were acquisition of vehicles by December, using the IRBM tool to monitor and evaluate progress, engage stakeholders, develop tools to do an R&D survey. I should say that there's a pointer somewhere. This one is overshadowed that we have actually finished data collection on the survey, and as of this week we'll start compilation of the data and the data analysis with a view to have preliminary results out before the end of this month. a little bit more about the 12th Zimbabwe International Research Symposium. This was held in February this year. The theme was the nexus between research and industry, key to innovation and sustainable development. I'm sure many of you participated in the symposium, which was indeed a success. And, oops. I meant to press the pointer and highlight that the Vice Chancellor mentioned giving awards as a way of acknowledgement. At the Research Council, we also have that, and we also seek to acknowledge hard work. So we must be great minds that think alike. The ZINSA project, which I mentioned, was launched by His Excellency the President in July 2018, and we have been having a series of 100-day timeframes on implementation to deliver the objectives of the program. I'm sure, well, I should inform that Professor Mapfumo, Professor Mtambanengwe, and I don't know whether he's now Professor or is Dr. Masocha, provided leadership on formation of these projects, which are using high technology to solve some of our bread and butter challenges. Some of the other projects we have been involved in, I've talked about the R&D survey, but let me highlight the National Research Database of Zimbabwe, which was actually developed by the University of Zimbabwe, and now we have linked 7 institutional repositories of universities that are web-based onto this one-stop shop for research conducted in Zimbabwe. What we are saying by this database is that we are competing in real time for research conducted in Zimbabwe with anyone on earth, which is a reality. And therefore, our innovation hubs, our industrial parks are set up indeed in competition with everyone else on earth. And we might as well have a facility for ourselves to use. I'll meteorite over the national research priorities, which are in the theme areas: social sciences and humanities, sustainable environmental and resource management, promoting and maintaining good health, and national security of Zimbabwe. Details are found on our website. But what I like about these theme areas is that they are speaking to interdisciplinarity. I have arrived at my favored slide, where we are talking socio-economic transformation to these heights, supported by science. We are talking about nanotechnology, artificial intelligence, robotics, synthetic biology, space science, data mining, and utilization, plus many others. What we are saying is, as Zimbabweans, let us think big, let us aim big. I see that the chairman is closing in on me, but this slide, you have seen it before here at the University of Zimbabwe, which is our National Science, Technology and Innovation System of Zimbabwe. I'll just meteorite through it and say that we seek to, with government, the Research Council of Zimbabwe, funders, knowledge generators, including universities and colleges, together with the partners who are here today, to produce goods and services that benefit society. Goods and services produced in Zimbabwe to benefit the global society. That is how we are going to transform ourselves. And the innovation hubs and industrial parks are indeed a timely development. And what we are saying is that even the international arena is in tandem with what we are seeking to achieve in Zimbabwe. My last comment is that R&D funds disbursed to RCZ will be used for intended purpose, and that is guaranteed. I don't have time to elaborate on what that means, but there are systems, there are collaborators who are channeling their funds through the Research Council of Zimbabwe to ensure that the Research Council of Zimbabwe follows through the institutions of the researchers to ensure that funds released for research and development are used for intended purpose. Thank you, my boss.
Thank you very much. I actually thought you'd take much longer because you're covering quite a lot of ground. But there in a synopsis, we have had a description of what the Research Council stands for, promoting research and ensuring that it is controlled enough to be safe for all the citizens. I'm going to allow only one question because we are desperately behind time. Dr. Feresu.
I just wanted to ask Mrs. Mzite, I think there was a commitment from government some time back with regards to funding for research, a percentage or something. How are we doing about, how are we doing in relation to that commitment?
Thank you very much for that question. Yes, the funding of research at the level of 1% of GDP has been a policy of government for a long time. The narrative has changed to say that money is released to R&D is not a cost, is not funding, it is an investment. And since change of that narrative, which indeed actually is correct, government as at this year released 0.3% of GDP towards research, which was distributed to the various institutions with the intention and willingness to reach and also pass the 1% of GDP. And they are funding that through priority dollars as opposed to change. So yes, we are now in the right trajectory.
May I please have a really big hand for Mrs. Zita? Thank you very much for that presentation. And Professor Perez, you will soon be accessing that 1%. Although it might be divided by a large number by the time it gets to you. Our next presenter is going to come from another new institution, which is the Zimbabwe National Defense University. And I'm calling upon Air Commodore Kamusoko to present to us the aspirations of the institution.
The Vice Chairperson of the University of Zimbabwe Council, Mrs. Mziti, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Zimbabwe, Professor Mafumo, distinguished guests, senior academics here, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As I've just been introduced, my name is Air Commodore Kamusoko. I'm from the Zimbabwe National Defense University. I hope in the next 15 or so minutes, or 10 minutes rather, I will be able to put you into a clear perspective in understanding of what the National Defense University is all about. And I know there's a lot of people perhaps who have got a different understanding and impression of the National Defense University as perhaps a defense and secretive institution. But I hope by the end of my discussion or my presentation, I will put you in the correct perspective. The Zimbabwe National Defense University was established or came into being in 2017 after the Statutory Instrument 38 of 2017 or the Proclamation 2 of 2017 that was gazetted on 3 March 2017. And it was officially launched by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Comrade E.D. Mnangagwa, on 16 November 2018. Basically, the task of the Zimbabwe National Defense University is to train people and research on issues of national security. I'm glad the previous speaker, okay, who was here before me, talked of issues of national security. But I'm not very sure whether all of us understand this whole concept and issues to do with national security. This is the issue that is at the core of the Zimbabwe National Defense University. And I hope in this presentation I will talk a little bit about what we call national security, which touches on almost everything that we are talking about here. The vision for the Zimbabwe National Defense University is to be the nation's defense and security hub, fostering integrated and conscious nation building. And our mission is to strategically develop through research and multidisciplinary programs, patriotic individuals, institutions and communities which are alert and conscious in the face of national, regional, global challenges and threats, and to act as a national think tank for the great nation of Zimbabwe. And our motto is integrity, leadership, and innovation. And I find a lot of resemblance in our motto with that of the Research Council of Zimbabwe. For now, the Zimbabwe National Defense University is still a young institution that is coming up after growing out of the University of Zimbabwe, where we're operating as an affiliate college, as Zimbabwe National Defense College, where we operate together under the under the University of Zimbabwe for about 5 years or so. We are now a fully fledged university and we are still growing, but so far we now have a number of institutions, faculties and centers of excellency which are functional. The first one being the Faculty of Social Studies, which is offering a master's or a Master of Science in International Studies. And there are also more programs which are coming up, which will be presented to the public as we progress. We also now have the Faculty of Engineering which is running, and we are offering the Master of Science in Software Engineering and the Bachelor of Science in Aerospace Engineering. And of course, there's also a whole lineup of new degree programs which we are preparing, we'll be launching very soon. We also have the Center for Defense and Security Studies, which trains most of our senior government officials, Defense Forces senior officers, for strategic national thinking in line with the concept of national security, which I'll touch on a bit. Then we also have the Institute of Strategic Research and Analysis, which also looks at coming up with the national strategic issues, which look at the national strategic issues and works as the think tank of the national strategic effort. We are also in the process of constructing a national hub, science and innovation hub, like what has just been officially launched here at Zimbabwe, the University of Zimbabwe. Now, let me go a little bit into the concept of national security, which perhaps some of us may be familiar with, but for those who may not be familiar with, allow me to try and get a little bit into the detail, but I will try and live within the time that I've been given. I will not attempt to define this concept of national security because it's highly contested and very contentious on its own. But my understanding of national security from the books that I've also seen is that it concerns the continued existence or survival of a nation and its prosperity into the future. And I think this talks a lot about what we are talking about in terms of trying to move our country and develop our country, innovate, industrialize, and get our people to live better. So the concept of national security in that context has moved from the traditional militaristic concept of security. And I want to think quite a number of you perhaps had the understanding and thinking that when you talk of national security, you're talking of the military and the police. This thinking has since been changed. There's been a lot of research and scholarly thinking that now focuses on new approaches to security. That traditional approach was based on a realist approach which was militaristic, which sees countries competing for military excellence and military power. And yet, what we are now looking at is perhaps other elements of national power, which are economic power, and even the political power in its form is diplomatic efforts, how we interact with other countries in the global system. And these are the key issues that we talk about when we talk of national security. So the traditional security thinking has changed. What we have perhaps is the broader concept of national security. Studies have shown that national security is no longer a preserve of the military, as I said, but the military still remains key and core as one of the pillars of national security. There are now many players and beneficiaries of national security. So the broader understanding of national security is given by the Copenhagen School. There are many scholars who have talked about national security, some of them with a different perspective, but perhaps the more elaborate approach, which seems to be accepted by many, is the approach which talks of economic security. Basically, what we need is to have an economy which is stable, an economy which is functional, an economy which does well, where people are happy and people are surviving in a stable economy. And that's the foundation of security. The second aspect is the political security. This one talks to many other issues of how we handle ourselves as a country and how we project ourselves into the international system. If other countries and other people see us as a country which has got confused people who don't understand what we are doing and our political security is compromised, they will not deal with us. And this is an issue which you need to deal with in terms of political security. I will not delve into this. Some of these things, perhaps they'll take us perhaps a whole year to study and discuss. But I will try and look at them briefly and proceed. Of course, the traditional militaristic security is what you know, isn't it? I will not talk much about that. This is where we fight using guns, we protect our territory. Anybody who encroaches in our territory, we shoot. So these are the pillars that we have in national security which have been broadly debated. But there are some other areas which have also been encroached into the scholarly work in terms of national security. When people are talking about environmental security, just like what we had in Cyclone Idai, we can be wiped off as a whole country and we cease to exist under such conditions. So there are concerns of national security regarding environmental security. It's another discourse, another area that is coming up. We also look at societal security. And we also have what we call human security. I'll discuss a little bit about human security. As I say, these things are so broad. but I'll try and focus in line with the issues of innovation in the smaller compartment of economic security, and perhaps touch on this other dimension of human security, which perhaps links us to what we're talking about in terms of science and innovation and industrialization. So I'll leave these others for another day. So in line with the University of Zimbabwe's Research Week, let me focus on the economic pillar and security and perhaps the human security component. I think the good well-being of people comes from a good economy which is performing, and this is critical. And you will agree with me, as long as people are happy and well-fed, healthy, and everything is firing in the economy, nobody will make any noise. And I think that's one beginning point of what we talk of as national security. We don't need to be fighting. Let's organize our economy, let's get ourselves happy and get our economy sorted out. And this talks to the issues perhaps that the Minister of Higher and Tertiary Education has talked of, as they have adopted the Education 5.0 approach, which is now emphasizing on innovation and industrialization. It is one of our motto issues in our National Defense University. We talk of innovation. And I think this is one issue that we're also going to be talking about today because of the innovation and industrialization. The idea being to transform our economy through innovation, become more economically empowered, become economically stronger, and be able to compete globally and make our people live comfortably and happy, and then we are secure. So the other thrust is to go the route of innovation and industrialization. So as the Zimbabwe National Defense University, we believe that heritage-based innovation can be useful in terms of getting our country to be industrialized. Because there's no point in us researching and focusing on our research on areas which we have no comparative advantage as a country. I would challenge other people, perhaps you can start studying marine technologies and what have you when you have no sea here. What's the point? In my view, let's focus our studies and research on issues which will transform our country and our economy, which will ride on perhaps issues to do with what do we have in our country, what resources do we have, where do we have our strengths on, so that we can transform our economy. And perhaps I will challenge the former speaker. I had wanted to ask a question, but unfortunately I think the mic was a bit controlled, and I think there was only one person who had to speak. But I wanted to find out from the Research Council whether you've got a national research strategy. And in my view, the national research strategy is an approach or a thinking we should guide our research, to focus all our research onto issues we should change and transform our country. Not just writing academic papers which are good and sound and enjoy reading them. For what? We are here to live a short life, we need to enjoy that. That's all. So our research strategy as a nation to talk our national security concerns. What are we going to do to make our country survive and prosper? What areas do we have our greatest strength in, which we should focus on and research on that and deliver expertise and deliver competencies and transform our lives for our people, and then we've got security and we're happy. That's all we need. So, firstly, I was just going to be focusing on the economic sector only, because that's the issue that is maybe in line with science, innovation, and industrialization. So as I said, Zimbabwe National Defense University is also in the process of constructing a science and innovation hub, which is also going to assist in this technology transfer effort. So I think you all agree with me that defense industry the world over is the largest consumer of technology. And if anybody is to do any work in technology industrialization and you leave defense out, I think you're wasting your time. So we want to be working with you, researchers from the University of Zimbabwe and industry. And I think one other important thing, let me be a bit historical and political maybe, but I'm not a politician. If you recall, those who were older a bit like me, during the Rhodesian era, the industry in this country used to support the war effort in a big way. The industry in this country used to support the government and the state of that time in a big way. They were under sanctions, but they could produce bombs, they could produce many things, they could produce anything from their industry. And the industry benefited from the taxpayers' money, and the industry grew. People got employment, people survived. Industry was doing well. But for now, it would appear there is a disconnect between our industry, our tertiary institutions, and even the defense. It appears industry is playing its own ball somewhere. Let's work together, and we want to partner industry as well as Defense University to research into issues which are critical of defense. As I said, we are the biggest consumer of technology. So once we innovate, we bring in ideas, we start making our own defense solutions locally, which will allow us to industrialize and support the industry of Zimbabwe based on the defense demands. Just the traditional defense, the military component only. Then of course there are other broader security demands which we need to take into consideration. So we are keen to work with everybody, industry, university, and the University of Zimbabwe as well. So the ZNDU has a critical role to play in driving industrialization. So Zimbabwe National Defense University is therefore keen, as I said, to work with all positive-minded partners to develop and commercialize research. Let me talk of our partners because I don't have much time because there are a few. Is that an alarm? Yeah, okay, fine. Our partners, like I said, we have been part of the University of Zimbabwe when we were at National Defense College. We learned a lot from the University of Zimbabwe. And we are still working with the many faculties of the University of Zimbabwe here closely. We don't believe in competition in academia, especially the state institutions. We believe in collaboration. Where they have strengths, they teach us, they help us. Where we have strengths, we also work together. And that's the idea and that's the spirit. Rather than competing for clients, competing for students, and you think you're the best because you have got the biggest number and perhaps you're making the biggest money. So we believe in cooperation. And as far as we are concerned, as Zimbabwe National Defense University, we work very closely and we are a partner of the University of Zimbabwe, and perhaps this is why we are here. So the University of Zimbabwe at the moment is also partnering the University of Zimbabwe. There is a program that is called the Higher Education Program for Southern Africa, which is sponsored by the Royal Academy of Engineering, and it is including about 6 universities which are offering engineering in Zimbabwe, and some SADC universities as well. So we are part of that. And basically this program is a partnership which will go a long way in stimulating industrialization. And in this partnership, we are looking at sponsoring the bridging the gap between the academia and industry. So we'll be working closely with industries, we're working closely, but it's being sponsored mainly from the University of Zimbabwe. So we will take guidance and work as a team with the rest of the others. So we have got partners and we are part of this research effort as well. Let me talk briefly about this concept of human security. One, Magiwa, I believe there are some academics here, and when we cite academics, people enjoy it. One, Magiwa defined human security as the totality of human experience. This is basically to say everything about people's experience. If they enjoy life, if life is good, that's security. And if people are happy and enjoying their lives, then you have security in the country. So there's this concept of human security where we want to deliver comfort to people. So modern human experiences cannot go without science and innovation, and more specifically engineering. But I want to believe that even the traditional social sciences come into play in identifying the human needs and gaps, which will then have to be filled in by science, innovation, and even engineering transformations. So the human security concept, for people to have a good experience, we need those engineering touch. So engineering, in my view, is also critical in defining the human security concept, and hence the national security drive as well in terms of that component. And in brief, let me also show you what other partners that we have, the University of Utara, Malaysia, that we work with, the Scientific and Industrial Research and Development Center, the Southern African the Southern African Research and Documentation Center, and other universities, of course, in the country. We are also working closely with them. And in conclusion, well, I would say we value partnerships and we support each other, want to support each other in our growth. And we are still a young university which requires a lot of support from industry. We also want support from other universities, especially University of Zimbabwe. So we'll continue to work together with you. So innovation and industrializations are of interest to Zimbabwe National Defense University because they enhance economic and human security, and thus national security. an issue that ZZ, Zimbabwe National Defense University, pursues with great interest. And our partnership is therefore guaranteed in moving Zimbabwe forward. I thank you.
Thank you very much for managing to say quite a lot in a very fixed period of time.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to terrorize you a little bit in terms of time. I will allow only one intervention because we really are critically running behind time. The lady in red on the left-hand side.
Thank you, Air Commodore, for the presentation. Mine is just one. I want to know about your applicants. Are they military or they are mixed like civilians and whatever? Can they come to your college or is strictly military?
Thank you very much, Madam, for that very important question. Like I said initially, people thought the Zimbabwe National Defense University is purely militaristic. Fine, while we focus on national security issues, fine, you can get economics being studied there because it's a national security issue. Get international relations studied there, you get engineering like what we are offering now, because they also fit into the economic issue. So we don't necessarily wish to be taking students from the military only. I think for now, while we're still doing our initial intakes, we are focusing on government institutions, security institutions, the military. But I want to believe that perhaps from next year or so, we could be having civilians coming in and they will just be applying like another university, because this is a state university. And the people of Zimbabwe will also benefit from learning from there. I hope I've answered.
Thank you very much. At the risk of annoying anyone, I really must put a stop because we are hopelessly. May I please allow the Vice Chair of Council to ask a question?
Thank you very much. The speaker asked a question because he was not allowed time outside his time. But I think it is important for the nation to answer the question now about the National Research Strategy. That was the question. Yes. When the Research Council of Zimbabwe recommended the national research priorities to government in 2011, when the reply came, in fact, the recommendation was that this was a pilot which was going to be reviewed after 1 year and 3 years, every 3 years thereafter. The reply came loud and clear to say, implement in line with those priorities until it becomes necessary to review. And that necessity has not emerged to this day. But the presentation which has just been made to the Research Council of Zimbabwe indicates a meeting of minds and development to the next level. Because now when we are talking about the National Research Strategy, in light of the broader national security frame, it will make sense and there will be greater meeting of minds on the strategy. So I can say that from today on, together with many partners, we are going to be working on the National Research Strategy. Thank you.
May I be so bold to suggest that very soon the ZNDU holds an open day and we all come and see all these broader issues you were referring to but didn't have the time to elaborate on.
Thank you very much. I will send a fast message to the Vice Chancellor. Thank you.
Can we give him a very big hand? I'd like to assure you that there will be lunch eventually. We have taken 2 of the presentations from this session which we'll deliver after lunch, so so that we can go for lunch, but we'll have one last presentation before we do go, and this is going to come from the National Peace and Reconciliation Commission. I think after the military, it's good to have peace.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to acknowledge the presence of the leadership of the university and also the presence of the leadership of the National Peace and Reconciliation Commission, the chairperson of the NPRC, retired Justice Senonari is here, and the deputy commissioner, and some commissioners who are sitting back there. And I want also to acknowledge the presence of the executive secretary of the NPRC. Yeah, I'm delighted that I'm speaking soon after the Air Komodo, because the military is one of our stakeholders in the National Peace and Reconciliation Commission. I don't know whether I'll call you our stakeholder or our stockholder. When I was informing the director of programs that I'm not Commissioner Ndoro, because Commissioner Ndoro is the one who is written on the program. There was sort of like, you know, and I want to say, because Commissioner Ndoro has been here for 15 years, but I want you also to know that even though I was not here for 15 years, but I was here for 6 years, I did my 2 degrees here. So I'm actually a product also of the University of Zimbabwe, right? Basically, I'm going to try to finish my presentation in 15 minutes. I'm not going to dwell much. I've been asked to present who we are, what we have done, our mandate, what we are going to do, and our collaboration with the University of Zimbabwe. Basically, I will give a background to the issue of the National Peace and Reconciliation Commission. Since history, Zimbabwe has never known peace. Pre-independence, there have been tribal conflicts. During the colonial conquest, there have been a liberation war. Post-independence, we've continued to experience quite a number and different type of conflicts. And the global community acknowledged that and responded in 1980 by a post-conflict rebuilding of Zimbabwe. But also the president of the republic at that time adopted a policy of reconciliation, which was just pronounced, but the policy framework was never put in place to deal and to program the issue of peace. And during the period of the GNU tried to put in place an infrastructure to deal with the issue of peace, but it never really carried the light of the day. And it was only in 2016, after the constitutional gathering of 2013, when the people of Zimbabwe spoke loudly and very clear that we need to look in our past, we need to look in our conflicts. And the government of Zimbabwe, the people who were responsible for the drafting of the constitution, took heed and responded by instituting in the constitution the National Peace and Reconciliation Commission. So who is the National Peace? Who is the National Peace Reconciliation Commission? The National Peace Reconciliation Commission is one of the Chapter 12 Independent Commission of Zimbabwe. I know the old commissions, ZEC, the ANONI, National, the Zimbabwe Anti-Corruption, the Zimbabwe Gender Commission, but the National Peace and Reconciliation Commission is the new kid on the block. And the commission were only appointed in 2016. But before the commission were appointed, there was a time, after the commission were appointed, there was a time before the operationalization of the NPRC Act. And what did basically the NPRC sought to do? the NPRC Commission went on a journey to solicit views from the people of Zimbabwe in their process to envision a national healing and reconciliation process for the people of Zimbabwe. And in their envisioning, you find that the NPRC Commission themselves, they were men and women who were drawn from different backgrounds. So they started the program by going through what they call the capacitation. It involves lawyers, it involved the people from political science discipline, people from psychology, others were coming from the teaching discipline. So they all come together and went through a capacitation so that they will be able to unpack the concepts of peace and be able to read the concepts of peace from the same lens. And after that was done, they then had to bond so that they will avoid the conflict inside when they will be trying also to attend to the conflict outside. After the capacitation, the team building, the commissioners went through a national planning strategic process. This involved visiting other countries, which has also gone through the period that we have gone through. Countries like Kenya, South Africa, Sierra Leone, Ghana, and they also, apart from the regional experience that they've shared, they've also went through the provinces of the country, gathering views from the people of Zimbabwe. Why? Because you discover that the process of the strategic plan of the people of Zimbabwe required the vision that emanated from the grassroots, the mission and the values and the guiding principles that emanated from the grassroots. And what was the vision of the NPRC? Basically, the vision of the NPRC is to establish and to develop a peaceful Zimbabwe for all generations. And the mission of the NPRC basically is to bring together, to unite Zimbabweans by developing approaches that unite, that helps people to develop solutions from our past violent conflicts, as well as to develop institutions that will create approaches to be able to have a sustainable peace in our country. Then the work of the commission is centered on what you call the thematic committees. What are the thematic committees? The thematic committees is the premise that guides the work of the commissions, that says we can't do it alone and we can't do it by ourselves. So basically, you discover that the thematic committees, it's a multi-stakeholder committees that assist the NPRC in carrying out its mandate. And these NPRC thematic committees, as I will explain below, they are comprised of stakeholders. Because if you read to the functions and the mandate of the NPRC, you will notice that the NPRC, its functions, it speaks to the coordination, facilitation, programming. It means the NPRC itself is not the player that will bring peace to Zimbabwe, but it acknowledges that the issue of peace is a stakeholder driven. The issue of peace, it requires each one and every one of us to participate. That's why the issue of the operation of the NPRC is a thematic based, it has got a thematic based approach. And also the NPRC in its operations, it has come up with what we call the peace committees. And if those that have studied other regional experiences, countries like Morocco, it's not the first time that the issues of peace committees are introduced. And I think the NPRC is the first to bring in place the peace committees that are governmentally recognized. And some of the peace committees that have been operating in Zimbabwe are peace committees from churches and peace committees from other organizations. But the NPRC, by taking a thematic approach, it is also acknowledging and realizing that there is other work of peace that other organizations like CCJP have been doing, other churches, our traditional leaders have been doing. So they've decided to take them on board through the establishment of the thematic committees and the peace committees so that they will carry out with a multi-stakeholder approach. And in its structures, the NPRC has also developed a provincial representation. You notice that all the 9 commissioners of the NPRC, each commissioner is responsible for a specific province so that he has a hands-on approach in whatever activity and events that will happening in that specific area. Then what has the NPRC done after the provincial consultations? the NPRC has also embarked on provincial outreaches. What was the purpose of the provincial outreaches? The purpose of the provincial outreaches is that the NPRC, since one of the guiding principles is to develop what we call a bottom-up approach, the issues of peace must not be superimposed from above like what used to happen, but the issues of peace must come from the communities themselves. The communities are the ones, and the individuals on the ground are the ones that know exactly what they went through, are the ones that know what is their conflict, are the ones that know the solution that needs to be done in their respective communities. So in carrying out the provincial outreaches, the NPRC also managed to gather what we call the provincial inputs. There are things and recommendations that the people of Zimbabwe responded and advising the commission, the things that must be looked into and the things that must be followed. After the provincial inputs, what is the NPRC intend to do in the near future? Basing on the information that they got through the provincial outreaches, the NPRC intends to carry out the truth-seeking and truth-telling programs. And these truth-seeking and truth-telling programs are structured in such a way, in exactly the manner the people of Zimbabwe has responded to, in the manner that they need the programs to be carried out. Right. You will notice that during the provincial outreaches, there are issues that came out from the people. Generally, there have been issues that are known traditionally as conflicts in Zimbabwe, is what one of our stakeholders was just saying, that there are issues of traditional concern, issues of traditional security. There have been issues of interstate conflicts, the issues of colonialization. Our country is sitting on the underlying tensions of the injustices that were perpetrated during the era of the colonization. The people of Manicaland have also experienced conflicts that were caused by the Matanga and the groups that were crossing our border through Mozambique. There is also the issues of the interstate challenges, traditional issues like the Gukura-Wundi and the electoral violence that involved. There are also issues of political electoral violence. I think we have experienced the conflicts around 2002, around 2008, issues of political violence. There are also issues of political atomization, leadership issues. If you look even in the political parties, it's not only in the liberation struggles that we experience internal conflicts amongst ourselves as the ZIPRA or as the ZANLA. There were issues within ZANLA, there were issues within ZIPRA. But even if also we look after the independence, there have been also issues of political violence within those political parties, issues of leadership. If we read, we will see issues to do with the Cholocho Declaration, even the issues which led even to the military intervention. There were so many issues, there were so many things that happened. And all those issues are issues that must be looked at. There are issues of land issues, there are issues of historical nature, and there are also issues of current ethnic and regional conflicts. Right? If you look at all the issues of the past, the University of Zimbabwe, through the thematic committees that are explained just below, must assist in the research of those issues, that we should actually put a closure to the past conflict. Because if you look at according to the, what we call the Global Peace Index, it has actually been discovered that the level of global peace has been deteriorating, not out of a result of the present conflict, but the level of global peace has been deteriorating because of past conflicts that have not been addressed. So it is important that we as the NPRC and the stakeholders involved, we must actually look at all the traditional issues and look at the past issues and come up with a never again framework so that those issues will not continue to haunt our present and our future. There are also what we call the new emerging wars that are now happening, as we we have said that we need only not to focus on the traditional norms of conflict, but there are also contemporary norms of conflict. There are economic issues, issues of price hikes, issues of electricity, issues of fuel. Those are issues. I'm glad that the organs of the state are here. Those are issues. There is now a shift. I'm not saying the traditional issues are not very important, but we need also to look at these issues as for the purpose of peace and order. How do we respond as a nation to these issues? Issues of conflicts of resources. The Chiadzwa issue. We traveled to Matabele South. You'll be surprised, one of the most conflicting issues in Matabele South in Uganda is actually the issue of Matimbi, the issue of Madora. People in other provinces are not actually allowed to come and collect Matimbi from Matabele South because they are saying this is our resources. Go to your own countries, to your provinces, and you have your own resources. So there's actually a crisis and a conflict brewing in Matabele South because of the issue of Madora and Matimbi. There are issues of mass protest, contemporary issues. It's not a secret, it's an open secret that the opposition is calling for mass stay away. We have searched in October. How are we going to respond to that as a nation? We as the University of Zimbabwe, how are we going to respond to assist in the issues of security, in the issues of conflicts? How do we respond to this air commodity? This is now different from the issue of Matanga. It's now different from the issue of interstate conflicts. We are now seeing conflicts. We are now seeing conflict. These conflicts are actually emerging within our families. You actually be surprised that if you are not very careful, you discover that one of your child will actually join the mass protest. How are we going to respond to these things? Let's also go to the issue of minerals proliferation. There are issues of gold, diamond rush. What is our policy? When there is a gold rush, people have discovered minerals in their district, but yes, soon the police has just cordoned off. People want to know what is it that is going to be done with those resources. We need to look at it. We need to provide answers. How do we respond to threat to our, you've been talking about, this is a threat to our national security. Corruption, the Auditor General's report, the NASA findings. It's an issue, threat to national security. How do we respond to this? In fact, I want to thank for this, the current government. One of the things that they've done to the NPRC, contrary to other regions, they've all set up these commissions to only look at the past. But this current government have given the NPRC the mandate to look at the past, the present, and the future. We have also to look in our sustainable future. How do we establish, how do we build a never-again framework? Regionalization of conflict. You know, if you go to Matabele, they don't accept a Shona person to say something about Gukuraunza because they've regionalized the conflict. If you go to Chiadzwa, if you are from Mashonaland Central, if one of the professors go to Manicaland and want to present a paper on Chiadzwa, they will tell you that, get away. What do you know about Chiadzwa? It's our issue. So another threat to national security is that this conflict that has been left for a number of time, they've actually been regionalized. Which means the locals' perception about the conflict is what they want to call the conflict. So there's no independence appreciation. What is the conflict? We need to develop researches. How do we deal with that? Right, the way forward. How does the NPRC collaborate with the University of Zimbabwe to deal with issues of conflicts in Zimbabwe? The NPRC operates with 5 thematic committees. Basically, they are actually called external thematic committees. Why are they called external thematic committees? They are called external thematic committees because number one, they are stakeholder driven. Members of all these committees are not members of the NPRC. These are all stakeholders who have already been working in those areas. I'll tell you specifically for the Research and Knowledge Management Committee, where I sit, we have taken actually 2 one from ZIPRA and one from ZANGLA as key members of this committee. Then it is also comprised of all these 10 state universities. They are a member of this committee. So University of Zimbabwe is actually represented in this committee by Dr. Javangu from the psychology department. He is the member of the Research, Knowledge and Management Committee. I will not dwell on the functions. Number two, we have another committee which is called the Healing and Reconciliation Committee. Its responsibility is to bring people together, is to bring nations together. What are the primary responsibilities we expect in collaboration with the University of Zimbabwe? To ensure there are alternatives to dispute resolution mechanisms, documentation of our traditional mechanisms. I attended one meeting of the chiefs. What is actually happening is that when the chiefs deals with a conflict in his region using our own traditional approaches to peace, if a complainant doesn't agree with them, and if he goes and he reports to the magistrate, the chief can actually be called and asked to pay a fine. So we as the University of Zimbabwe, what are we saying to our traditional mechanisms of dealing with conflicts? Because some of our conflicts are embedded in our culture and our tradition. Can we rely on the conventional? Can we rely on the European ways of solving the crisis? But I'll tell you what, according to the Global Peace Index, there has been actually a shift. Those that used to be actually developing countries have actually beginning to experience a decrease in the level of peacefulness. What is the reason? The reason is because their methods are no longer working. If you look at the Global Peace Index, the United States of America has actually fallen because their methods of their conventions, they are no longer applicable, they can't work. So it's a high time that the University of Zimbabwe and other academic, we need to get into the research. How do we domesticate our traditional mechanisms? How do we put them, how do we refine our traditional leaders that they become part of the judicial system? Just if you go to Botswana, if someone steals in Botswana, if you are trashed by a chief, you will not be given, you will not go to any major street. That is the end of the matter. Victim support, gender and diversity. The work of the commissioner is centered on the victims. Prevention and recurrence. We need to carry research to develop what we call early warning mechanisms and frameworks. Kenya has done that. There are things that we need to put in place that if you look at these telltale signs, it means the crisis is actually brewing. But in this country, things operate on suspicion. You are not sure whether we are safe or things are going in the wrong way or the right way. So there is a need to come up with what you call early warning mechanisms. Thank you. Last but not least, peace and development are compatible. There cannot be development without peace. According to Global Peace Index, $14.7 trillion is being used the world over. If you add the individual governments, the regional groupings, AU, the SADC, the ECOWAS, the Maghreb, the EU, the ASEAN countries, the amount of money that they are using a year to deal with conflict is actually on $14.7 trillion, which is 12.7% of the world economic activity. If there are no conflicts, we'll use that 12.7 million to build our roads, to build our bridges, to build our infrastructure.
I shall start by saying, peace, my brother. We've been given the privilege to hear a sermon delivered by an extremely talented man. Unfortunately, those behind me will use violence if I allow this session to go any further. So, in the name of peace, I'm going to declare this session at the end. But before I do, may I say that I have really been touched with what we discussed this mid-morning session. If you remember, we started with a presentation that ran very smoothly and very peacefully on climatic change, where the emphasis was what values do we transmit, what values do we base our decisions and our processes. We then we're told by the Research Council of Zimbabwe that there is support for research, there is a need to control and regulate research so that what comes out is in the interest of the nation and follows the priorities of the nation. Then we were given an insight into what the Defense Union University is concerned with in terms of national peace and security, and then we got the sermon on the mount. I think you all have acknowledged that we have had a very vibrant session, very thought-provoking session, and for that I really would like to thank all the presenters. Give them a big hand. When you are forced to come back from your lunch early because this session went too long, you can blame me. I hand over to the owner of the process.
10 minutes, and I'm speaking in English. And now gumi, not that gumi ma minutes. So about kuma gumi. 10 minutes is 10 minutes. Thank you very much, Mr. Samkange, for activating your time clock. Zimbabwe Republic Police to present first.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. Assistant Commissioner Dr. Chuma from the Zimbabwe Republic Police. Allow me to acknowledge the Vice Chair of Council, Mrs. Mutiza. She was with us this morning. The Vice Chancellor, University of Zimbabwe, Professor Mafumo. All protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to reflect on the last two presentations. Like our late Vice President, John Landakomo, aptly said, peace begins with me, peace begins with you, peace begins with all of us. Indeed, we are from the police service. And this afternoon, we are not here to arrest anyone, but we are here to ensure that we produce a police officer who is fit for the purpose. Today, we are going to present on our salient features. And as the Zimbabwe Republic Police, we believe in teamwork, and our request through you, Director of Ceremonies, to allow my co-presenter to take us through our short presentation like you said. Thank you very much. Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As you have heard, my name is Inspector Chikumbura. I'm coming from the Zimbabwe Republic Police. I'm a Education 3.0 product of the University of Zimbabwe. As we heard today, we are not going to talk about arresting each other, and with the desire to fulfill the time limits that have been allocated to us, I'll rush through to elucidate what the mandate of the Zimbabwe Republic Police is enshrined in the Zimbabwe Constitution. We are all aware that the Zimbabwe Republic Police is a creation of Section 219, subsection 1 of the Constitution of Zimbabwe, Amendment number 1 of 2013, which provides that there shall be a police service which is responsible, among others, for preserving or detecting, investigating, and preventing crime, preserving the internal security of Zimbabwe, protecting and securing the lives and property of the people, maintaining law and order, and upholding the Constitution and enforcing law without fear or favor. Of course, as an organization, we have got our core values, which are commitment, professionalism, accountability, transparency, and integrity. For the year 2019, we have been running on the theme ZRP rebranding to restore public confidence for peace and economic development in the Second Republic. As such, we carry from that vision a national obligation according to the new dispensation, which is, if you relate to that vision, paragraph 41, 42, 43, the police service is supposed, committed to upholding, or supposed to commit itself to upholding the rule of law, promote peace, harmony, safety, security, and stability for the citizenry in line with the national vision of attaining an upper middle income economy by 2030. As such, we feel this burden is placed upon the rank and file of the police officers who should reflect a modern organization fashioned to deliver a Zimbabwe that is open for business. How do we do that? The human capital of the Zimbabwe Republic Police, the Zimbabwe Republic Police cherishes the adoption of sustainable partnerships designed to enhance its policing operations and personnel in adapting to the socio-economic demands of the nation to produce quality goods and products, is what the doctrine of Education 5.0 envisages. You may need to note that there is an enduring partnership between Zimbabwe Republic Police and the University of Zimbabwe, which was established through an associate status granted to the Police Staff College in 1996 and an affiliate status in 2017. And pursuant that, or as a result of those partnerships, there are running programs which most significantly include the Bachelor of Science Honours degree in Forensic Sciences. You may want to know that there are 16 police officers who are currently in Namibia undergoing this program in Forensic Sciences. Of course, we have got other programs like the Diploma in Adult Education, the Diploma in Law, and Diploma in Business Studies. And the organization, the ZRP, through the Staff College, is also grateful of forthcoming initiatives and programs that are intended with the launch of the Bachelor of Adult Education Honours degree in Police Studies. And of course, there's work in progress for a Bachelor in Business Studies Honours in Policing Management. These are concrete measures that indicate that the ZRP cherishes its manpower or its human resources to align with the policing aspiration of the country. Alignment to Education 5.0, which is the theme or the fulcrum of our discussion today. The partnership between Zimbabwe Republic Police and the University of Zimbabwe focuses on the assimilation of the Education 5.0 doctrine in all partners' education and research programs. Of course, technical support should continue to be granted towards the identification of research gaps and the integration of research-driven policy solutions that are aligned with the Vision 2030. Then, what are the policing gaps and research areas of priority in moving Zimbabwe forward? We may want to know that, to relate that by the year 2025, it is projected that the global population or connectivity or devices connected with internet will reach a number of 75 billion, of which 24% shall be smart cities in smart cities, 26% emanating from industry. Coming from back home, we are aware that we have got 100.5% mobile penetration in our society and a 50% internet penetration in our society. Then, of course, in the backdrop of technological acceleration, the issue of data abundance, digital footprints, and the assimilation of physical cybersecurity systems, there is a need to depart from the traditional policing approaches, which are often reactive, to proactive digital approaches, which Deloitte and Touche have named Policing 4.0. What does Policing 4.0 focus on? It focuses on the use of real-time data connectivity into the future of policing. Remember, we are talking about a vision of 2030 where the police is going to police a middle upper income economy, where industry and modernization, the society is basically going to be residing or domiciled on the internet or on connectivity. As such, we are proposing that partnerships with the University of Zimbabwe and other partners here present should focus on that research on policing and the Internet of Things. The Internet of Things, we are saying we are using this connectivity, the mobile devices and Internet, to ensure that we carry out policing activities, analyze data, come up with sustainable solutions to policing challenges in our society. How do we intend to do that? How do we propose to do that? We are saying we should invest in virtual police stations, given that there are now there's access to services elsewhere, even in e-commerce or business, through applications. By a virtual police station, we are saying we should be convenient and accessible to the community through the connectivity of internet and without any hindrance and at cost-effective level. Then we are also talking about artificial intelligence and predictive policing. We are aware that if there's a proliferation or there is a threat of terrorism in our global context. We are aware that there is challenges with the theft of international property, intellectual property. There is the need to predict crime, to be proactive, and as such we are saying the ZRP should adopt artificial intelligence, the analysis of emotions, the analysis of personal pictures that or digital footprint in predicting policy challenges or crime trends, and as such deploying accordingly. Of course, there's the issue of smart data and crime detection. We are saying we should be able to use the facial recognition, voice recognition in tracking criminals and predicting, accounting for the movements of criminals. Then, of course, we are talking about cyber policing. I've mentioned the proliferation of the increasing growth of e-commerce and the migration of business into cyberspace. The police should have the capacity to police the cyberspace and as such ensure that the economy goes toward the trajectory as envisaged in Vision 2030. Then, of course, we are looking at geographic information systems in traffic management, where we account for the traffic population and movements through GIS. I may have wanted to go on and talk about many more, and much more areas of priorities based on this Internet of Things. But unfortunately, I believe my time is up. It's now a consideration for the partners and those who are here to align or to relate with this vision that the ZRP has of policing into the future policing in a digital world according to the policing 4.0 and the aspirations of Doctrine 5.0, which embraces the concept of innovation and industrialization. Thank you.
Right, a big round of applause for, I think, we'll take questions. I almost did not stop you because you were sounding very, very, very relevant, particularly in my area. So I was about to use the chairman's prerogative and I realized it was going to be too early. Let's have questions. 3 questions maybe. Let's be concise in our questions, but without losing value. Can I have another roving human? Yeah, thank you very much.
At a forensic level, we might want to consider movement of genetic data. Blood spots, genetic information transferred across the airport when you're actually looking for a sweet potato vine.
I could have, all right, okay.
Let's take 3 questions and then I'm seeing he's, right?
Thank you, Inspector, for the presentation. Just 2 quick comments on policing gaps that I've identified. I'm from the Languages Department. I note that police officers are deployed without linguistic considerations. As a police officer, you can find yourself in Matabeleland and you can't speak Isindebele. So I'm proposing one possible area of cooperation with the police service of Zimbabwe is to include a curriculum on language instruction that will capacitate our police officers because they operate in a linguistic environment. And if they're going to investigate in a community where they cannot understand the language very well, I foresee a compromise of justice and a violation of these people's access to justice rights and issues related to linguistic human rights. And then the second gap, our officers are also involved in a lot of translation and interpretation in the stations, but they've not been trained in that particular area. As a department, we stand ready to collaborate with you in terms of training them in their curriculum and also collaborating at the level of student attachment where our students can serve as attaches in your institution to provide these services that relate to translation and interpretation. Because I see an anomaly where we provide interpretation services at the courts when at the foundation of the case such services are not provided. And the last comment, the issue of sign language for our officers. They investigate cases involving such citizens, but they don't have the capacity linguistically to sign. These are areas that we can also possibly collaborate with you. Thank you.
One more, just an academic to put in 4 questions in one. Thank you very much for the 4 questions. Any more? Anyone else? Thank you very much. I think we can start.
Okay, thank you very much for your pledge to cooperate with the Zimbabwe Public Police in the area of linguistics. To start with her question on genetic data and sharing of genetic data. It's unfortunate that my presentation dwelt on other issues about who we are and did not exhaust the area that really was the fulcrum of the pit. For this day, I could have mentioned this under our considerations in the issue of forensic-based sciences and analysis of data arising from DNA, as you are mentioning, genes, biometric triangulation, and data collection and banks, so that we're able to account for not only criminal cases, but also in the cases of natural disasters. We are aware where buses, all people perish in the bus, and then we are not able to analyze who is who because we don't have those data banks. So those are the considerations that, of course, we need to take on as the therapy, and partnerships in that area, of course, are very much welcome. Then we also have got the issue of linguistics. Generally, the policy of the organization is that police officers should be proficient in the indigenous languages of the country. But of course, that has not been feasible. It's a gap that we have identified, and that has been identified by the organization. And to tell you what, as we are revisiting our curriculum across the board to align with aspirations of Vision 2030, it's also a consideration that has been made to factor in the issue of languages in our curriculum at entry point, that is at basic training level. And of course, you find out that the trajectory is to have police officers who are going to be more practical based, having attachments in those areas where those languages are spoken, so that during their attachment, they are also getting a practical orientation, not only about language, but the cultures of the people that they are going to police. Then, of course, you spoke about the issue of translation. Of course, there are legal guidelines and frameworks that relate to translations of submitted testimonies by accused persons. That's why, for those that I know, are aware that no statements for accused persons of murder are admitted to court without translation by trained people. They are affirmed and confirmed by the magistrate. But that is not enough. We need to have that communication translation occurring from the source from the first point of receipt of any report through to the whole process of accounting for the investigations and judicial processes. Then, of course, you spoke about sign languages. I'm aware that there have been some programs, usually, maybe you're not aware, focused on members who are assigned with the victim-friendly unit, with the partners from the developmental partners. After having identified that there is a gap, that survivors of rape may be people who have got issues to communicate, or we may not be able to communicate, they've got challenges that they may not be able to communicate. So there have been trainings in issues of language. Tell you what, there are also officers who have been attached to institutions. I'm aware of Alliance Française. They have been partnering for some time with the police in teaching police officers the language of French and also Portuguese and the like. So it's an area that the Z-therapy is quite aware is relevant to its, to its policing and effectiveness in society. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause to our first tag team. It was a tag team effort. Thank you very much, Z-therapy, for Zimbabwe Republic Police Services, right? That's correct. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for that. Our second presentation for the afternoon is from the Procurement Regulatory Authority of Zimbabwe, PRAZ, and Mr. Nyasha Chizu is coming to give us a presentation. The same rules you managed to instill in the police also apply to you.
Only that I'm not going to talk of the Internet of Things.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Being given 10 minutes, and wanting to talk a lot, you really need to ensure that you stay focused. All protocol observed, VC. Thank you. I'll talk to you about the Procurement Regulatory Authority of Zimbabwe, a new institution which was established through the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Act. And I'll just give you a bit of background. I'll also talk to you about who we are and our roles. And I think from our roles, we're going to identify areas of collaboration, areas of research. And when you talk of our mandate is derived from Section 315 of the Constitution, which talks of having public procurement laws that speak to transparency, fairness, honest, cost-effectiveness, and also the new way of doing business, which is the public-private partnerships, which also need to be negotiated in a manner that is transparent, honest, cost-effective, and competitive. So with that, this is where we now have our Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets, number 5 of 2017 Act, Chapter 22-23, which was given effect on the 1st of January 2018 through Statutory Instrument 152 of 2017. So this led to the dissolution of the State Procurement Board and establishment of the Procurement Regulatory Authority of Zimbabwe. So you find our situation is like one act was repealed, it was not amended, and we now have totally a new public procurement environment. So when you talk now to the objectives of our acts, they are also fairly derived from the functions of the procurement law that were stated in the Constitution. That our procurement processes need to be transparent, fair, honest, cost-effective, and competitive. We also need to ensure that we promote competition among bidders. There must be fair and equitable treatment of bidders, and also taking into account issues of value for money. We also are there to ensure we promote integrity, fairness, public confidence in procurement, and also the implementation of environmental, social, and economic policies. So you see, in that space you find there is a lot of research and there is a lot of collaboration that comes in. So now talking of the role of PRAZ, the Procurement Regulatory Authority of Zimbabwe supervises public procurement. And we are there to set standards in public procurement. We monitor and evaluate. So the issues of statistics, something that will be, I think for those who are interested in research, we will be finding very soon, we'll be giving you what was happening in 2018. And we are also there to investigate matters of public procurement. Now, in terms of our strategic focus, our vision is to be an efficient and effective public procurement system by 2030, being led by the vision of His Excellency. And our mission is to set standards and regulate public procurement and disposal of public assets in a manner that is transparent, fair, honest, effective, and competitive. Now, coming to our functions, I would say when we talk of procurement, it's one of the oldest professions. And where do I get it from? I think the oldest is prostitution. And from prostitution, that's where the first two professions we started. That is procurement and engineering. For those of you who follow the Bible, you will find that Noah was the first person to do procurement and engineering. He was given designs. He had to procure material to ensure that he builds an ark. But if we look at procurement, engineering moved very fast. And they actually call each other engineer so and so. But procurement was left idle when it was one of the first professions. And if you look at the role of procurement in society, the role of procurement, it's one that delivers value. So for that reason, when the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Act was developed, one of the issues that we are very much interested in on this slide, which I want to talk to you about, is promoting training and professional development. So what was enshrined in our act is professionalism. And we are moving with our goal of ensuring that we professionalize public procurement. And we are now at a very advanced stage of professionalizing. So what does professionalizing public procurement entail? It entails developing the procurement skills at grassroots level. And this university, you know, it pains me that it's one of the oldest universities, but it's not yet offering a procurement qualification. And we've developed a new profession which you need to develop. So it's one area that we are looking forward to seeing, that the university is now offering procurement qualifications, not only at undergraduate, but also going forward. Then when we talk of professionalizing, we are coming up with regulations to professionalize, where our public procurement officers are going to be issued with licenses to practice. We know the issues of corruption. We are now trying to increase the cost of corruption, where if one is issued with a license, you would have subscribed to a code of conduct that we have in our regulations. And if one violates that license, then the license will be withdrawn, which means whatever qualification in procurement that you have, when it comes to public procurement, you can no longer practice because your license has been withdrawn. We feel that it's one of the things that will ensure integrity in public procurement. Then we also consult with stakeholders who have got any interest in public procurement. So we are open for business in whatever area that you feel we can work together. Because one of our roles is also advising government on the implementation of various policies that relates to procurement. So you will find issues of social, economic, environmental policies. Most of these can also be channeled through procurement systems. So these are some of the issues that we are working with, we are working on. Now coming to PRAS as an institution, we have got 4 functional units, which is our operations, who are responsible for providing technical guidance and setting standards. Then we've got our monitoring and evaluation, who gather statistics, they do the investigations. We've got capacity building. They are the ones that are responsible for the professionalization program. And we also have our ICT. We are going electronic government. We've got our strategy for electronic government procurement. We now have our specifications. So very soon, once our development partners okay the funding, we are going to be on the market to procure our electronic government procurement system. Then we've got
support functions, our HR, finance, legal, public relations, and internal audit. So in terms of our functions, this is who we are. I think in a nutshell, I would say 10 minutes, I would want to give you time for discussions. Thank you very much.
I'm totally impressed, totally impressed. Thank you very much. Yes, we want to recognize our Vice Chancellor. He came in the middle of the last session, Professor Mafumo, and our Pro-Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, Professor Moyano. And our Pro-Vice Chancellor, Strategic Partnership and Industrialization. Oh, my brain just froze, sorry. Professor Moore. Right, can we have questions? Questions, it's open for questions. We have got Professor Chifamba over there. Then we have a gentleman over there. I'll take one more question. One more question. Right, so Professor Chifamba.
I like the part that you are gathering data, but is it possible that, you know, some of the upper limits you put, like after 10,000 Zimbabwe dollars, you now have to go to tender? I mean, how fast are you moving with the market trends? Because if that process delays of approvals, it means then the prices by the time you come back, for institutions like us, it's gone up and you keep chasing the wind. So how quick do you figure out that this thing needs to go up? Because now 10,000 is what it was when it was US dollars, but it can't be the same thing now when it is Zimbabwe dollars.
Do you have any questions at the back?
Mr. CEO, I have a question. There is a gray area. Let's say you are a government entity, but you want to procure some services and you are using donor funds. What law governs that process? Are you governed by price or you are governed by the partner?
Okay, I'll start off with the one on thresholds. With the introduction of SI 33 of 2018 that introduced the RTG, we have been moving with an understanding that our fees and our thresholds were US dollar. Then SI 142 then brought another dimension that all enactments now need to be in Zimbabwean dollar. So what we have been doing before SI 142 is our fees are US dollar. And we were maintaining that on the grounds that we are not only regulating the local market, we are also regulating the international market. But because of the coming in of SI 142, we are now being forced now to move from our comfort zone of rating the thresholds to coming up with new Zimbabwean dollar thresholds. So I feel by the end of the month, we must be having new thresholds for Zim dollar, which will be rated to the other currencies. So we are working on that. Then there was a question on which laws apply. Our Act in terms of Section 3 says our Act applies for all procurement that are done by procuring entities. They are only set aside if there is a conflict between our law and a funding partner like what you're saying. But what I would say is the manner in which our law was developed, it was developed to international standards. So you find the systems that apply to those donor communities are also the same which are in our laws. So going forward, you see when you are negotiating with your donor partners, they would ask for what laws do you use. So you find that they will find our laws acceptable. But in the event that there is some disconnection between the two, our laws can be set aside. So it's only when there is disconnection.
Thank you for that. Do we have any trailing question? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was Pras. Our next presentation comes from the Judicial Services Commission, and I understand it's the Deputy Secretary to the JSC, Mr. Msipa, who is presenting. Same rules apply.
Director of Ceremonies, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. Allow me to ride on the protocols that you've already announced. Although we were not here in the morning when this discussion commenced, I believe that that announcement of protocols was done well, and that I can do better. We are presenting on the very simple topic which is on the screen there. The Judicial Service Commission taking justice to the people. In the courts, we respect time a lot, so I will do my best to keep to time. Just to put the discussion into focus, my discussion was going to start on what is the meaning of access to justice. This is an area which is very well researched. If you go to our website, www.jsc.zw, you'll be able to find a number of papers that were given in many gatherings that we have many times a year, training our judicial officers and our members of staff. The paper that I'll recommend for you to read is one that was done by retired Chief Justice of South Africa, Honorable Chief Justice Sandy Lengo. What he concludes is that the concept of access to justice and access to courts are sometimes conflated and used interchangeably, but these are two different concepts. If I go through all the beautiful findings that he made, I will not make time. I may be removed from here before I say to you the important things that speak to the topic we are presenting on. We then also found it important to indicate in our paper that we make available to yourselves, you can put it in your website, what is the importance of access to justice. Access to justice is a basic principle of the rule of law. And the moment you pick it from there, it becomes very easy for you to connect it to what we are doing. But what I thought I needed to read to you is that in any society founded on the rule of law, access to courts act as a bulwark against vigilantism and the chaos and anarchy which it causes. Imagine when you want to have justice, there are no court structures, there are no judges, there are no magistrates, there are no police officers. The one good thing you do, you carry your machete and you go to the neighbor next door and you demand justice and you give it to yourself as you find appropriate. The Constitution of Zimbabwe, in section 69(3), guarantees a right of access to the courts and to some other tribunal or forum established by the law for resolution of any dispute. So we are trying to live in a community that does not have anarchy. Thus, the JSC's constitutional obligation is to ensure that citizens enjoy this right as guaranteed by the Constitution. The Judicial Service Commission strategic plan, because that is what informs who we are, that is what informs our vision, that is what informs our goals. There is in that strategic plan which we crafted to run between 2016 and 2020, strategic goal A4. It sets priority areas for promotion of greater access to justice. In terms of this goal, the JSC is mandated to establish infrastructure and facility requirements for people living with disabilities. We are also requested to increase our presence in the nation by building new courts. We are required to provide existing structure and improve on those structures. We are also required to solicit for sector-wide collaboration to make justice more affordable to the public. I think that is why we are here. And then the decentralization of the superior courts and to carry out awareness campaigns. I will give you a quick run through all those broad areas that I've already highlighted. Facilities for people living with disabilities. The majority of our courts countrywide, the new ones, they have access ramps which are necessary for people that are having physical problems. The other courts, the old courts like the very old ones like Banambare, we have made sure that we create access ramps there. When those courts were built a long time ago, they didn't have access ramps. Multi-story buildings, and we've got 2 of these in the country. It is the Harare High Court and the Magistrates Court, Rotten Row, have elevators. Do not take me to task about the elevator in the High Court. It is not working. We are working on making sure that it works. In the law, we are transparent. We don't try to hide anything. It is the JSC policy to give priority to people living with disabilities to access all our services. Establishment and construction of new resident and circuit courts. This is a very important area. The objective of the JSC in this regard is to reduce the traveling distance of litigants to a courthouse to at least 25 kilometers. As a result, new courts were established in many areas, but the very recent ones are Mutasa and concessions. Plans are at an advanced stage to establish courts at Gokwe Nembudzia. If you are from Gokwe, you know Nembudzia is difficult to access, but we are making arrangements to establish a court there. We are establishing a court in Buyu and in West Nicholson. New regional courts were established and operationalized at Pinge, Plumtree, Karoi, Kadoma, and Gururi. The infrastructure development and facilities improvement, we are doing that. In the past 5 years, we were able to build 30 new courthouses across the country. Current projects that we are working on now include Chinoi, Gwanda, Wange, Mount Darwin, Bulawayo, Mbare, Lupani, and Epworth. We undertook a very ambitious exercise in Chinoi. If you go there, you should see the court that we are building there. It's a huge courthouse, but we are happy that we are almost completing the structure. Gwanda as well. The facilities that are there are going to speak to or about who we are to the people that use the court services in the country. Refurbishment of courts are also being undertaken at the Harare Civil Court, the Harare Criminal Court, Bulawayo, Chitungwiza, Wange, Gokwe, and Gutu. The sector-wide collaboration is one area that we are also working on. You saw that is one of our goals. One of the major obstacles in accessing justice is the cost of legal advice and representation. Legal aid programs are a central component of strategies to enhance access to justice. Access to justice thus also entails removing barriers to effective litigation. It is the ability of people to seek and obtain a remedy through formal institutions of justice. There is no access to justice where citizens, especially marginalized groups, fear the system, see the system as alien, where the justice system is financially inaccessible, where individuals have no lawyers, where they do not have information or knowledge of their rights. Access to justice involves normative legal protection, legal awareness, legal aid and counsel, adjudication, enforcement, and civil society oversight. The JSC, in wanting to ensure that this goal is realized, signed some agreements with 4 law-based organizations in the country to operationalize what we commonly call the help desk concept. The law-based civil organizations that we signed agreements with, it's public knowledge, are the Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights, Women in Law in Southern Africa, Justice for Children and Trust, and the Legal Resources Foundation. In line with this concept, the JSC provides office accommodation at every court station where the organizations provide paralegal assistance. And these are manned by paralegal officers. Paralegal officers, in many instances, are people who are not registered to be legal practitioners. They may have degrees, they may not have law degrees. 90% of all courts are now covered. While the scheme is available to everyone, it mainly targets the vulnerable groups such as women, children, and the indigent. Decentralization of the superior courts. The High Court previously resided in 2 areas in the country. I can see I'm supposed to stop. We now have the High Court sitting in Harare, Bulawayo, Masvingo, and Mutare. We have circuit courts that we do in Gweru and in Wange. The Labour Court decentralized to Masvingo, Gweru, and Bulawayo. We have circuit courts in Mutare and Wange. The Master's Office is decentralized to Bulawayo, Mutare from Harare. The Sheriff's Office is available in any part of the country. So let me go to this, because this is important. I will skip all these other things that in our presentation, you will share them with yourselves. Potential areas for collaboration, JSC and the UZ. The help desks that I've talked about are very important. We were able to reach agreements and sign agreements with 4 organizations. The University of Zimbabwe is the oldest school that has been teaching law. And many a judge in this country passed through this particular institution. You are training many children that are studying law that can become very useful to us, even while they are still students. You run a legal aid clinic, and we see this as a low-hanging fruit, which we can particularly pick and bring to our advantage and to the advantage of the nation. Litigants can be referred to the legal aid clinic for assistance. We can send people here to be assisted. But because we are talking about access to justice and making sure institutions are closer to the people, it will defeat the whole concept if we ask them to be brought from here, from Beitbridge, to come to get help from the legal aid clinic. So we propose that we can make accommodation available to the University of Zimbabwe if they avail to us students on attachment to assist in the legal aid desks, because they will already be having a substantial understanding of the law and procedures. Even more appealing is that the university can come aboard and help these people wherever we have a court. There is also potential for the University Legal Aid Clinic to carry out research on legal questions arising out of the help desk. There is so much that they may pick, hearing from the people, the lived experiences, and perhaps areas that have not quite been researched. There are many communities that have got different customary laws that may affect them, which may assist the master of the High Court in making his decisions in estate matters. An internet-based research facility may also be created where people can even send anonymous queries on issues of the law. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be our 10 minutes. If it is 12, bear with us, Director of Ceremony.
Thank you very much. That was 12 minutes and 5 seconds. Thank you very much. Shall we have questions? 3 questions. Let's start from right at the back there. And then this side, are we awake? Guys, we need questions. So one question over there. I see a hand over here and a hand over here. Those will be our 3. So there'll be 4. So you can also go over there.
Thank you, sir. I wanted to raise attention to a new emerging concept of a new vulnerable subpopulation in our country, in the world, which is men. I think there is actually emerging research pointing to the fact that men are now more vulnerable than that. Then the other issue is there is also actually an opportunity for creation of psychological aid for those people who go through the justice legal system. That's fine.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And another possible area of collaboration with the Faculty of Arts from the Languages Department is in the area of ensuring access to justice from the viewpoint of language, because language can be a serious barrier to access to justice. And one possible area of collaboration there is us working closely with you in professionalizing court interpreting in Zimbabwe. It's a profession that is largely unregulated in Zimbabwe. We need to license those who are practicing. We need to ensure that there's a regulatory framework in place, and that needs your support, because we do not want to have a situation like that in South Africa where the Tamsanga scenario leads us to thinking of professionalizing court interpreting. And then the other issue, I see the emphasis of ensuring access mainly from the viewpoint of infrastructure. I think another critical issue, especially for the disabled people, is access. I'm not sure. It's access in terms of language for the deaf community. I've read in the press, I've been able to attend court proceedings where their cases have been postponed for quite some time, and that justice delayed is justice denied. I think that's another possible area of cooperation that we can assist with in terms of ensuring that there are resident sign language interpreters within our courts. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much, Ms. Msipa, for your presentation. I would like to ask one aspect. There are a number of disputes which do not necessitate to pass through our traditional court. What is the attitude of the JSC in terms of putting in place measures or systems that will allow you to unclog our courts in the country? Constructing physical court has shown beyond doubt that is not the only solution. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I would want to suggest a possible area of collaboration with the university. From my experience with the law, it was not criminal. But I would suggest that something be done with the documentation within the judiciary system. If you want to look for documents in the Master of High Court, it's a chaotic system there. I don't know if you are aware of that. And it's very easy for someone to not find what they are looking for. The same with the High Court. And I think the university, from probably our computer scientists and others, may actually assist in providing you with a way out of that system. Thank you.
Okay, 4 questions. I was hoping I'll get 2 or 1 question. Men are vulnerable. I don't know what men are doing for themselves in order to protect themselves from being vulnerable. They make that realization. I have seen what women do for themselves. There are organizations that have identified women as a vulnerable group. They have worked with women, they've established themselves. They are available to assist women who have got problems. We, as the Judicial Service Commission, recognize that justice must be applied equally to all, men and women. But we can't start a movement that is going to protect men from their vulnerability. It is your duty, sir, and others perhaps, to form such institutions which will be run by male lawyers, to look into issues of male lawyers and to assist them. But the starting point are male students, if they buy that idea very well, who will go and assist in our help desks to also give help to men that come seeking for protection orders, to men that come seeking for maintenance. I think that will be a starting point. The psychological aspect, psychological aid, I hear that, it sounds well. We have hitherto been paying a lot of attention to psychiatric issues involving persons that appear charged with criminal matters. We have not been applying it across the board to all other matters that are brought before the court. That's a good area that I will carry with me to my colleagues for discussion, and we'll be able to come back to the university because I believe this is just the first page, and that we're opening more pages as we go forward to address these issues together. The second issue about language, I agree. Language can be a barrier. We have developed a system where we have interpreters that are picked from the streets with qualifications in languages, and then they are trained at home, particularly to understand the legal concepts, the meaning of the Latin words, and so on, so that they are able to put it in the context of the court. We are happy if the university is going to introduce a degree in professional court interpretation. We have been wondering why the universities were not doing that. We have been wondering why. It's already there. Lupan is the one that started. Are you doing it here now? Sorry? Oh, really? What year? Oh, goodness. Okay, if that is the position, we are happy to hear that. We will encourage our people to enroll, and then we will encourage the children that train in that particular area to apply to us. What is it called? Professional court interpretation? It's called? Okay, thank you very much. That is noted. And then the courts must not just be infrastructures, I agree. We are also supported by the traditional leaders to deal with certain courts in certain small areas. The Guyu, the West Nicholson, the Nembuzia that I talked about, those are circuit courts. We are not building courts there because the police have a presence in every district already, and we don't have a presence in those districts already. We use that advantage to collaborate with them and open circuit courts where we have a magistrate traveling to a particular place, he presides over the matters, and he returns back to his home station. I think that is what we are doing so far. And then in relation to documentation, yes, that chaotic situation you are talking about was there or is there. I will explain why I'm saying was there or is there. In 2012, at the High Court, we introduced a case management system where we receive documents that are filed by litigants, and we make soft copies of those documents and create a soft copy record. From 2012 to now in the High Court, the disappearance of documents or the mix-up of documents or the selling of documents to one's advantage or the removal of documents from the file to the prejudice of another litigant is something that is no longer with us. With the Master's Office, the process is starting, but in a bigger national way. We have collaborated with all law-based organizations, and we have done prototype demonstrations from companies that offer internet services with a mind to introduce what we call integrated electronic case management system. It is going to be an advantage for the police, it is going to be an advantage for ourselves, for the prosecutors, for the Attorney General, for the Law Society, for the Zimbabwe Prison Services, and for everybody who is involved in litigation. But well, training in that area will not harm anyone. We'll be willing to come and learn. We'll be willing to include you in the symposia that we have where we train judges at the end of each term. We have been coming here and stealing Dr. Maja because he's a lawyer and he's been presenting before judges and ourselves. So I think this is another area where we can expand and start asking you to come and assist in a small way, developing us to be able to use that particular new facility that's available in the new globe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for JSC. Thank you very much. Our next presenter is Dr. Shingi Munyeza Raiziko. Is that the correct way of saying it? Now, from a lawyer to a preacher. I'm not sure if we are going to be keeping our time here, but you've got 10 minutes, and I will be impolite when I stand at the 9-minute mark. Thank you, Dr. Minister.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for inviting me. I will keep to the time. I was asked to speak about RaiseCorp, which is an incubator or an enterprise incubator, and I will take you through what collaboration it would be with a university. RaiseCorp is obsessed with entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship. We offer world-class incubation, acceleration programs for entrepreneurs. We execute enterprise and supplier development programs on behalf of corporates. We also train corporate leadership teams and sales teams to think more entrepreneurial. We provide curated scale-up equity to entrepreneurs who are scaling their businesses. We also educate school children to become more entrepreneurial-minded. And finally, we assist governments and developmental agencies to set up entrepreneurial infrastructure at a country level. Our main thrust for Zimbabwe and working with tertiary institutions is that our curriculum, not now but then, was always wired to raise just normal managers and technocrats. And what we have discovered is that the success and the prosperity of any nation, developed or developing, is the critical number of entrepreneurs that it has in that country. I know that with all what has happened in 20 years, Zimbabwe is maybe, we think that we've got entrepreneurs here. We've got the least number of entrepreneurs in the sub-region. What we have is survivalists, people who are surviving and making sure that they make ends meet, but they're not trained, raised, guided and mentored entrepreneurs like what we find in the Silicon Valley and all other places like in Singapore, where they take a deliberate effort to make sure that there is entrepreneurs. That is what I am here to do, and that is the relationship we are trying to forge with tertiary institutions, starting with the University of Zimbabwe. There are definitely about 3 types of entrepreneurs, and I'm just saying this so that we understand that anyone buying and selling is not just necessarily the entrepreneur that we're looking for. The first entrepreneur is a subsistence entrepreneur, is a person who's feeding their families, who's just surviving, making sure they make ends meet. With a high unemployment rate, people always wonder, how is Zimbabwe surviving? It is because we have subsistence entrepreneurs. They just make enough for them to survive and their families, and that's the end of the story. Then we've got lifestyle entrepreneurs. These lifestyle entrepreneurs, they just make enough for themselves, but whatever extra, they spoil themselves. They buy an extra car, they buy an extra house, they buy an extra wife. So that's really those lifestyle. And we have a lot of these entrepreneurs in Zimbabwe. And then the third category of entrepreneurs, which is what we focus on, is growth entrepreneurs. These are people who raise businesses, come up with business ideas and start up these businesses, scale them beyond themselves. They will have structure, they go after them, they go beyond themselves. Now, the African entrepreneur has always been a subsistence one or a lifestyle one. Remember, the communal bus services companies, the general dealer, Munyeza and Sons type of general dealers, those are mainly subsistence and lifestyle entrepreneurs. Now, the problem is not because we must blame those foregone heroes of entrepreneurship, but it is because of the nature of our education system, which didn't raise entrepreneurs, it raised managers and specialists. And because the colonial system only was focused on making sure that you and I, black people, must be able to work for those who are entrepreneurs. And so on and so forth. I don't want to go into that history. But then the successful startup, now it is said that 95% of all startups actually die in the first 2 years of their startup. So we wonder why certain things have just started and gone. World over, the success rate is abysmal, 95%. So we only look at the 5% that must be successful. It is that 5% in a nation that we want to create. That these people will be job creators, innovative, and also coming up with new ideas, new innovation, and new technology. and they must be sustained. So there are three things that we will be looking at and that we want to work with universities. That number one, it must be sustainable. So whatever business is, is it sustainable? That means market demand, technology, skill. And then it must be scalable. Growth, skill, technology, market growth, innovation, and capital. It must be saleable. That eventually that business must be bought and sold by a willing buyer and a willing seller. Now, when you're selling your vegetables in a vegetable mall, you can't sell that business. When you go home, you pick your things and go home. But we are raising businesses that don't die with the originator. That is what we are looking at. Now, the journey thus far, you look at the fourth industrial revolution right at the bottom there, but we started with the first industrial revolution, which was knowledge formulation. The second industrial revolution was knowledge evolution, which was electrification, mass production. And the third industrial revolution was computerization and internetization, etc., you'll find. But the knowledge mutation, which is where we are now, Zimbabwe has an opportunity to actually leapfrog. And because we were, in some ways, we're actually in the first and second industrial revolution. And we are playing some noises in the third industrial revolution. But what we need to do is to leapfrog from wherever we are to the fourth industrial revolution, which is the cyber physical system, artificial intelligence, and robots. Where artificial intelligence is going to dominate how we do business and how the economy is going to be run. So digitization and skills, I'm not going to just, because of time, I want to make sure that I get to the most important things. So there's going to be a need for de-skilling, a need for upgrading, a need for polarization. Polarization is the mixed change in terms of our skills base to align with the fourth industrial revolution. If we don't do that right at tertiary level, we'll continue to produce a graduate who is only relevant to 50 years ago. We must then produce a graduate who is relevant to the next 50 years because of what has happened on the globe in terms of the fourth industrial revolution. So towards the fourth industrial revolution, we streamline entrepreneurship at a tertiary level. Our curriculum must change. I've been having conversations with the minister himself, the honorable minister, and I have admired the Education 5.0. I think it is now aligned. For the past 10 years, I've been on the educationist throats because they're producing skills that we don't need in industry, or that are archaic, that are no longer relevant, degrees that we don't even know what to do with them. But right now it is to go back and align so that we produce entrepreneurs. So we want to see entrepreneurship becoming part of the mainstay of the curriculum in every tertiary institution, so that it moves on to an innovation hub. Congratulations, University of Zimbabwe, for opening the Innovation Hub. We will partner with you because that is the way to go. If you don't have Innovation Hubs, because they must come from theory to Innovation Hub, we are with you in the Innovation Hub. Actually, our work, after we have influenced you to change your curriculum, we then start working with you in the Innovation Hub, where we are now beginning to say, this is the way we want. Allow these young people to just blow out and come up with innovation up to IP level. Once it has been IP and proven to be commercial, we take them into the incubator now, which is what we call the pre-revenue and post-revenue stage, where we scale them and then we accelerate them. And that's where we have our incubation hub here in Harare that is about to be launched this month, which will coincide with the launch of your own innovation hub. And one of our projects is working with organizations such as the EU in raising dairy farmers. Because we no longer want to see dairy farmers as just communal dairy farmers who are just producing milk. We want them to be medium to large scale dairy farmers. But it starts by pointing out and pulling out who are the entrepreneurs as far as dairy farming is concerned. We're also going to be talking to the artisanal miners who are working in the cohorts of about 20, 25, where we will raise young entrepreneurs who are proper miners, not just makorokoza as we refer to them. We want to see them as proper business people. And that is it. Then we drive towards the fourth industrial revolution. In that case, we also are excited that we are going to be tying up the incubator. So it's Innovation Hub
incubator hub as well as the industrial hub. So we come right in between to anchor both so that we go there. Now, I want to finish by saying that the world has gone, the world's wealth has gone intangible. Now, we are still in the low income where 59% of the wealth is intangible. 25% is natural, 16% is produced. But we want to go to where 80% of the country's wealth is intangible. And this is where the game is going to be played. And we cannot continue to think about what we used to do or what we should have done 20 years, 40 years, 60 years ago. Even to do with agriculture, we must scale it up to the level that the value addition in agriculture is more on the intangible side, using the fourth industrial revolution and artificial intelligence technology of the day. God bless you. That was impressive. 10 minutes and 14 seconds. That was very impressive. You owe me 14 seconds. Questions? Shall we have 3 questions? With a question right here. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question right at the back there. One more question. One more question. There we one right there.
Okay, thank you very much for your exciting presentation. My question is, how do we get to the starting point or to identify the critical starting point for entrepreneurship? Where are we in needs-based assessment? Where are we? There's a lot of scale in the stratification in our society, I think, whereby starting from the rural area, we see the level where they're at. And to us at institutions such as UZ, there's a very big gap there which we struggle with all the time. Where is the starting point? Right there, the baseline, how can we get the innovation, I think, way back at the bottom, like those developed countries have done. What I've seen is that when developments in the revolution started, it was wholesale, it was whole scale. The whole society or country developed. Isn't it? It was not this living out of the rural area and developing the cities. Where is our starting point in terms of entrepreneurship?
Our starting point, sir, thank you very much. Our starting point is right. Oh, 3 questions. Oh, okay. Let me just find somewhere to write.
Thank you for your inspirational speech. I have a short question. You talked about the aim of getting to 80% of our wealth being intangible. Earlier on in the day, when the speakers read different views, like looking at our comparative advantage. Now, let me just compare your idea in that one of comparative advantage. Now, if we look at aiming to have the 80% of intangible wealth, is that in line with our comparative advantage, or is something that could be done elsewhere in the world?
Afternoon, Dr. Niels. Thank you for your presentation. So my question is more from a student base and in terms of like entrepreneurship. So what you'll find at the UZ is that we have societies and clubs such as, let's say, Enactors, that then enter competitions such as the Hard Prize Challenge, which then give you an opportunity to go into, to present your businesses and then go into entrepreneurship challenges. But then what you find with some of these businesses is that it's not so much that the idea doesn't make sense, but what it really needs is mentorship in terms of business development. So that's beyond just competition based. So is Raise Corp, is it something that you guys are thinking about doing, as coming in and having, let's say, pitch weeks where you can provide mentorship and then also provide maybe direction in terms of what student entrepreneurs are trying to do in terms of pushing their business and growing as a whole business, as well as the business model of these enterprises?
You can go on. Oh, thank you. The starting point is at ECD level. Because not everyone is an entrepreneur. You want to make sure that you expose our children to as much, because it can be tailor-made to make sure that, is this child an entrepreneur? And there's a whole lot of curricula you can actually even expose the child, not to exhaust them with business, but to find where their gifting level is. and then going on to our secondary and primary. So the simple question is, as soon as they get to ECD level, we must expose our children, because it is too late. When you start finding out, when people think like people like Tiger Woods are not entrepreneurs, they are sport entrepreneurs. But when did he start? 2 years. It's just that in our way of thinking that everyone at 2 years, we must just box them in a corner. We must expose our children to the level that they must be able to participate, and we tap the talent as we go. Now, if we move back our 5.0 to high school, primary school, and ECD, it's a game changer. That's my view. The next thing is that you are asking, the 80% intangible. We cannot defeat where the world is going. We cannot. For example, 95% of our banking is now electronic. Zimbabwe is now #1 in Africa, and quite in the top 10 in the world in terms of electronic funds transfer. We're not going back to queuing up and getting cash anymore. We have been disrupted, we've gone forward, and we're going actually leapfrogged to that. So when you look at the EcoCash, let me use a brand that is popular here, and you look at what they use, how many banking halls have been destroyed? And how many tailors have gone without a job now? There are thousands. But how many people do they employ? Less than 200. So we got to de-skill and reskill and also upgrade our skills. And where the game is going to be played, the value of Apple, how much is it? Over $1 trillion US. How much of that is assets you can touch? Zero. Amazon, how much of the assets you can touch? Zero. Econet, how much of it is let me just say, the top 3 companies, the top 4, the top 3 is Cassava, it's Econet, it's Old Mutual, it's Delta. The top 3, of course, Old Mutual has got assets, real estate like this, but the top 2, what they've got, base stations, how much value do you put there? These are $5 trillion companies. Number 1 and number 2. What value? So even when we look at agriculture, we must look as land as the base, but the real value is what we add on, how we farm, how we value add. That's where the big value is. We are extractive by nature as a developing country, and that's where we are losing our value, because we still want some things that are tangible. I moved away. My businesses were bulk in tourism. I moved away from tourism. I'm now in cloud computing. I'm now in solar. I'm going to be working on electric cars just now. And many people will be laughing, electric cars in Zimbabwe? Yes, because I'm not going to be queuing for fuel in the next 12 months. Because that's where it is going. So technology, cloud computing, solar, e-commerce, that's where things are going. Supermarkets, universities such as this, it's going to just be coming for a lecture, but everything is going to be online. It's already online. So how many professors have lost their jobs? That's where the deal is. So that's and then the last one, young man, you're talking about mentorship. RaiseCorp is basically a mentorship institution raising entrepreneurs in an incubator, in an environment that they can thrive. What are we going to do about it? We are setting this up initially in Harare. We'll go to Bulawayo, Mutare, and Gweru. But right now we are working with where we think is the biggest bang for our dollar, which is looking at those markets. Like we want to go into dairy farming, raising communal dairy farmers in codes, and raising up so that we deal with this whole issue about poverty in the rural areas. And then the artisanal miners. We are also looking at the apps and so on. What other programs are we going to look at? We have what we call a pitch and polish. It's done. By the way, RaiseCorp is the largest incubator in the whole of Africa. So I'm their partner for that whole African expansion. They've incubated well over 12,500 companies in South Africa, Senegal, Tanzania, and Uganda, and now we are coming into Zimbabwe. So that's where the game is going to be played. So yes, it will come to you, but remember, it's like drinking from a hosepipe. There's so much potential in Zimbabwe, but we've got to start somewhere. And I'm sorry, we might get to you a little later than you wanted. Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Dr. Mieza, thank you very much. And yes, even in these days where there is very little ZESA, it's there overnight, so his car is going to be charged overnight while he's still actually still cured. Thank you very much, Dr. Mieza. We are going to move to our last two presenters. Our penultimate presenter is Old Mutual, Embracing Innovation, and we have got Mr. Chigariro to do the presentation. You have 10 minutes. I stand at the 9th minute.
Yes, I got that. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if this thing is working. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. Allow me to establish myself here by acknowledging the protocol already observed before me, but also allow me to congratulate a very fine professor for being nominated as the Vice Chancellor of this historic institution, Prof. Mafumo. Thank you very much, sir. And as Old Mutual, we were very excited with your nomination and your appointment because we have had great conversations together. You are an innovative professor, and I think you're going to take this institution to the next level. So congratulations, sir, and all the best. It is an honor for Old Mutual to address this gathering, and I was told there will be a number of young people in this room, and I was gathering here to speak more to the young people that are here. And any business that does not innovate will be a dinosaur. And what I really mean by that in simple language is it will be extinct. In 2000, sounds like many years ago for the young ones, but it sounds like yesterday for me. When I go to the Fortune 500 companies and look at the companies that were there, half of them no longer exist not even just in the Fortune 500, they actually no longer exist. That is quite scary, and 2000 is not far. And let me also extend and say, the half that is remaining, I'm not a prophet, like Prophet Shingi was here, but I can tell you that 3/4 of the remaining half will not be around by 2030. And why is it that? We are experiencing change at a historic rate. The change that this world has seen in the last decade is more than the change that has been seen in the world in the last century. It's scary. Apparently, information and knowledge is doubling every 5 years. And I don't know what that really means, but it scares me. That's what I know. Ask yourself this, especially the young people. Are you embracing the opportunity around you? Because you gotta do it while you're young. Because as you get old, towards my age, I can tell you gain wisdom, but you lose something, which is creativity. And we need to figure out how, while you're this age, we take advantage of what's in you, the adventurous that is in you, so that we turn them into something special. I understand this gathering is about partnership. One of my favorite presidents, not for Zimbabwe, JF Kennedy, once said, partnership is not just a posture, it is a process, a continuous process that keeps growing each year as we devote to common tasks. Old Mutual has been around in Zimbabwe since 1895. That is a long time. And I can tell you one thing that has made us sustainable for all this long is building smart partnerships. That's why UZ is a good partnership for our business. It is important so that we build this partnership to do greater things for the future. And that's why we have put in 40,000 towards this event of the Research Week as Old Mutual. Thank you very much, because we believe this is a strong partnership. Not just because half of Old Mutual was schooled here, but because we believe this institution is critical to the future of the nation. I mean, if you go back 30 years ago and look at the top 10 companies just in Zimbabwe, you'll find Old Mutual and Delta. The rest are gone. They are no longer here. But we are here, and as I tell you, why? Because we have good partnerships. Strong partnerships are important, and I was excited to hear about the launch of the Innovation Hub this week that the President initiated. You also know, coincidentally, last week, Old Mutual opened its Innovation Hub that we launched at the 3 Anchor House. This one it's a journey, what we call 8 to 5, where we are putting 10 young people, or a group of 10 young people to come up with ideas. And these ideas, after several weeks, are going to be put together. The top 3 of them will have ideas that we are going to turn into something. And that's what Old Mutual wants to do. And this Innovation Hub of UZ, I can tell you, Pastor Shingi can speak, but I will be watching very closely such that I get some ideas that are good for our business. Old Mutual will be right at arm's length. The future is ideas, ladies and gentlemen. And Old Mutual is looking to find ways to partner and be there for longer than it's been around. As you know, Old Mutual has got various businesses. 4 of our key businesses is the insurance business that you're all aware of. I'm sure you have got policies. Some of you, I'm sure, are upset about your old policies, but you still need policies today. And we also got the banking business. You are aware CABS is wholly owned by Old Mutual, that we believe is the best bank actually in the country. And there is also the asset management division that we have to look after any assets that you may wish. Insurance obviously comes in 2. There's insurance for your property, and there's insurance for yourself, the person. But otherwise, before he stands up, I actually want to spend more time taking questions and not go on talking to you about many things. Old Mutual is about action, not about speaking. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You denied me the pleasure of standing up. Thank you very much. Questions? Do you have questions?
And I've got colleagues in here that are here to help me.
Right, we've got one here, we've got another one there. And he specified that he was going to speak to our young people. I know the 2 ladies are very young, but can I also have some other young people?
Thank you very much, Old Mutual, for that very motivating presentation. They say, once bitten, twice shy. And I'm really disappointed that we were beaten as Old Mutual and us in our partnership, as people who take policies. In 2008, 2009, our policies went down the drain. We had taken policies for our children, for university, for high school, and we ended up looking for that money ourselves. And then now come 2019, and it looks like we are again in the same boat. So my question is Old Mutual innovating in any way to make sure that Zimbabweans retain their value, the value of their policies? Thank you.
Professor Stolen, yeah.
This might be an unfair question because it's a carryover from the previous speaker. What do you suggest? It's clearly we need disruption, is one.
Absolutely.
Maybe let's put some parameters to the disruptive behavior which we should now adopt so that we actually begin to work ourselves out of these present jobs and begin to look to the future. So, and then the de-skilling of it as well. So, Some thoughts around that, please.
Afternoon. So my question is, last week I was also privileged to be at the Value Creation Challenge opening and at the launch of the 8 to 5. But the thing is, if you were actually in the room and you looked around, you'd notice that the young people that were actually in the room, a large majority of them were probably between the age of 35 to, let's just say, 55. And the target market that you were looking at the time of the presentation was 18 to 35. So which is leading to my next question is that, do you feel that you guys are doing enough to actually reach the people and the target market that you're looking for? Because most of the times you'd find that the Value Creation Challenge, a large majority of the people that are in these entrepreneurship groups and these innovative groups or business creation groups actually do not have knowledge of these challenges. So when you actually launch it, you find it's only a quarter of the people that you get, and it's only a quarter of the people that actually benefit from these opportunities. So in a sense, it's like backward innovation. It's not everyone getting a good shot or an opportunity to actually present what they know.
Thank you very much. And is there anything else? Or
you can go ahead.
Yeah, I'll start from the back. And yes, the target audience was different to what I expected. I found the parents, I thought I'll find the children. And nevertheless, it's the same. They will go back and deliver the message to the kids. You know, the under 35s are the key to any organization. Even at Old Mutual, I have got under 35s in my leadership. If you don't have them, you are lost. Whatever you're trying to do, if you don't have them, I can tell you, you're going nowhere. They know where you need to go. We just need to guide them. If you don't have them in whatever you're doing for business. So what you see here, we have come here this year to go and see the actuarial department and all the young kids that are studying actuarial here. There are about 200 of them that we came in and had a function and addressed them. We're also speaking to the university so that we can start to have research, we can start to sponsor research topics from these young guys. We don't want to speak to the professors now. Someone said it already that the professors, I don't want them to lose jobs because they need to guide these young ones, but the future is these young ones and we need to invest in them. So I'm a little disappointed that they are not filling up the room today, but I hope the message will get through to them. But Old Mutual doesn't stop here. My marketing executive is wearing a green jacket there. He's traveling in various universities to speak to young guys and see how we can empower them and do different things. So we're doing something with UZ, we're doing something with NAS, we're doing something with AU, but we need to make sure that we continue close to you because we realize where the future is. And disruption. You know, I've got a policy in my office that says, if you don't fail, you're not trying anything. If you're not failing, why should I pay you? Because it tells me you never tried to do anything. So the only way you're going to disrupt and discover new things is to try something and fail and learn from it. The guy, what do you call him? The guy who was supposed to design the light bulb. He says he taught the world 2,000 ways not to design a light bulb. He says he was not a failure. Disruption is good for us. Thomas Edison says some people here failed and give up, but they didn't realize they were only one step to success. So we must embrace disruption. I like it when I have young people around me that question things. Why is it being done this way? I like the whys. If you see now when you spend time with a young kid, how many whys you have to answer? It's incredible and it's good for us. We should allow them. It is where the future is. And the final question, which is the tough one. I've got my head of corporate business here, but I'm not going to put him on the spot, but he's right there in a nice blue suit, Mr. David Nira. He will give you more education on this over time. And the CRM of the University of Zimbabwe is also here, Rafael Mbayua. But what I can say is, my sister, is value was lost before. And we acknowledge that. And it is painful for us as Old Mutual because even though this happened in a nation, we were the middle men, put it that way. You invested through us and you lost value through us. And that hurts. But I also want to remind some of my clients that have taken mortgages and bought houses. That mortgage that you didn't end up paying is part of the loss of value. Because that's where we had invested. Yeah. In another nation, you finish paying your mortgage when you're 60 years old. As you're walking out, you've just finished your mortgage. In Zimbabwe, when you're my age, you've paid for 2 or 3 houses. There is a reason. That money has gone somewhere else. And we own cabs, we own the life company, we have got your pension in the life company, we are giving you mortgages at cabs. It's the same thing. And it's one of the things that hurts in this nation, that we have to figure out how to survive. But we take lessons from this. After 2008, our pensioners, we had 100, was reduced to effectively something worth 30, if not less. We took lessons from that. And I can tell you now, we were positioned better than we were positioned in 2008. Otherwise, we'll be fools by not learning from the mistakes from the last time. So all I can tell you now is value will still be lost if you are doing business in Zimbabwe. But the protection was far much better than where we were a decade ago. But it is unfortunate that in the same decade, we experience the same pain. But let me also end by saying, there are 2 things about the business we do. There's your pension, there's your life insurance. I have customers that pay me $160 a month to get $75,000 covered if they died. They will never pay enough to get to $75,000. You can't lose value with a life policy. What you pay is so little versus what you covered for. But remember, every month you have to decide, what am I worth? Just like your car, what is your car worth? And go and change the premium. Your life, more importantly, what is your life worth? And go and pay whatever the amount should be. So it is important to distinguish these 2. Don't walk uncovered out there as you walk out of here. For your family, at least if you love them, don't walk uncovered because your pension lost value 10 years ago. If something happens to you, when they're left, they're just going to think my parent wasn't responsible. So at least do something about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. That was very well said at the end there. I think he has brought a very big team, so in case we still have questions, I think as we break after the next presentation, we can truly engage them. Our last presentation, but by no means least presentation, Department of Research and Specialist Services, Mr. Tigere is going to give us the presentation. Can I have a bigger applause than that? I know we're getting a bit, the Vice Chancellor has a cocktail for us at the end today, so you can really get already motivated in as far as a bit more energy is concerned. Just to remind you that after this, we've got the relaunch of the alumni. We have the relaunch of the alumni in the Great Hall. So as we leave from here, please, let's go to the Great Hall for that event.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremony. I feel highly honored to stand before this highly powered communication. And on behalf of the Ministry of Lands, Agriculture, Climate and Water, and Rural Settlement. Actually, it came out of the stand, which we were given a stand to actually exhibit. And after a visit, we were given this opportunity within 24 hours to actually make a presentation. And at the same time, I'm also chairing an EU-funded project which has come our way, which I believe, if we organize with UZ, the right partner. So, But I'm a chief research officer by nature, and my principals are occupied or directors. So just like David in the Bible, I took advantage of it just to present. That's Department of Research and Specialty Services. It composed of 3 divisions, crops, livestock, and research services. And all these divisions have research institutes which are scattered around the country to address our mandate. Now, those are our core functions. Though that slide actually shows what the crops and the livestock share in common, which is research, development, conserve, animal and plant breeds, forages adaptable to Zimbabwe agricultural regions. And also, I think the key word in the second statement is appropriate and sustainable production technologies for farmer support. And also the issue of characterization and conserve plant and livestock genetic material for future breeding and other purposes. Under the crops division, I think one of major interest, I think it was in 2016, the RCZ symposium, the award which is always floated, the 15,000 presidential award, the department actually got that award, and most of the work was CBI, which is a crop breeding institute under the crops division. But that does not mean that we did not even participate as animal. We also had our papers there. So that shows you that we do have some mileage. Then the research services actually carries out the surveillance of areas that are threatened by pests and diseases. And for some of you are farmers, the forest armyworm, which is a sketch, that's their job. And then also compliance acts of parliament, those who grow tobacco. I'm sure you know that by May should have removed your stocks, and also cotton growers. The responsibility of that division. Then also package and also disseminate new technologies in terms of information. I call it KIT. It's a new format now. K for knowledge, I for information, T for technology, and that's T for transfer. And also specialist advisory services. This is when farmers can consult, walk in, or go on to farms as well. And then also conduct farmer training on appropriate technologies and best farm practices. And we do this in conjunction with Agritech. And extension can never extend anything if we have not, they don't have the information. And then I think that will actually, this is of major interest as I stand here, we are going to talk about partnerships with the university. That function in terms of for creating linkages, we should be smart, and also partnerships in agriculture. I will dwell on much on that. And then just to show you, for some of you to appreciate, this is part of the material we conserve. That's a tooling. Just to also inform the House, tooling genetic materials actually taken to Australia, and we are now buying tooling semen from Australia, which is a sad story, but I think we should do something on that. Those are females, those are bulls, that material. And by the way, those are indigenous breeds, which we believe when they are conserved, work around the world has actually proven that if it's animals or plants which are raised into that area, they will be best to mitigate challenges like climate change. So besides tooling, also conserving the Mashona breed and also the Nguni. Then also, I put that picture on because a big challenge in the pasture seed industry. And we actually, doing after seed evaluation, we actually collect seed as well. But again, it's an area which has a very, very big opportunity because most of the seed is actually coming from South Africa because of the demand which is there. Those are some of the research strategies which we've hinged on and I believe have a future. First is a collaboration. I'm a product of UZ, and I still remember when I was a student, attachments, I used to see a lot of students going to research institutions, although the trend has actually declined, but there's a big opportunity there. And the reason why I'll mention, we have the research units, the animals, the land, the infrastructure which the universities might be limited. So those are the areas of collaboration which we have hinged on and can be improved on. Information dissemination, farm advisory services and capacity building. It will be it is actually good to see the extension worker, the researcher and the university student out in the field addressing the challenges which are faced by the farmer. Strategic smart partnerships. For some of you who have an opportunity to visit grasslands, and a good example there, we have got a partnership with ProBrice, where they're actually looking at improving milk production under multi-species. Then commercialization of research. That is the only way research can be funded. And in the example I've given above, that you get a private company which comes in, it will actually help in funding research through commercialization. Also the issue when you sell the research products, breeding stock, seed. Again, dissemination of information through literature, technical handbooks. There's so much demand for information. And I also believe on media. Once in a while we have been on talking farming, but I think we can still do more on media, and also agriculture shows, and open and field days, and an example like what you have done this week for us, station visits and exchange programs. Past achievements, scientific papers, manuals which have come from there, and this I've mentioned the example of the last symposium. Student attachments. Once again, I'm not trying to say that MSU are not doing justice, but we have seen more of MSU than UZ on attachments. And we have a policy now that, especially those who are doing degrees, if they come, we attach them to a project, because the research units are there, so they come out of the end. All the students who have come on MSU, if never had anyone has gone beyond a 2-1, then exhibitions. District, all of it, we are always there. Just to in pictorial form to show our contribution to agricultural education. Extension workers as well. Because that's farmer training demos. Then these are the issue of grass varieties which have been evaluated, released, and I also believe it's an area we can work together. Last time I was in China, they now collect seed, grass seed from the bush and actually add value to it in what they call a center of excellence on grass. Field improvement, again, methods, and faster seed and livestock sales. Specialty services, those are just examples, but I think more can be done. That's work we're doing with Weds Dairy Association. It was funded by EU, but it almost collapsed until we intervened. Again, that's a farming charter. That's kind of rose grass. That's Mrewa, just examples to see what we're doing. That's the current status right now. Demand for seed, literature, and I put this picture of interest. That's Bracharia, which the parent was taken from Zimbabwe, taken to Brazil, and now they're selling to us. I see that's a Brazilian was visiting one of our plots. So where are we going in the future? Now, these last slides talk about partnership, collaboration with USAID. First and foremost, information dissemination. We can do better in a partnership of those areas. Then research strategies, active on-farm research, all those on research strategies we can do better if we partner. Seed production with utilization, again, we can actually do better if we partner with universities, because we have the labs and also the other facilities. Climate change challenges, again, we have the units, we can do the other part. Sustainable livestock systems, tailor-made system models. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that presentation. I'll take 3 questions. We have one at the back over there. Can we go right at the back over there? 2 more. Two more hands. Or you can do a three-part like Dr. Ndlovu was doing, part A, part B, part C.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Gere, for the wonderful presentation. Well, I have three questions as advised. The first one is on what is called the maize poverty trap. I remember Prof. Mafumo, our VC, and his team at Sofex and CIMIT were doing some research founded actually on that. Early this year was touring around Manica Land. I've realized that people are growing maize when it's so clear that the climate is not actually favorable for that. Where they could actually be growing traditional, because my new maize is not an indigenous crop. According to my history, it was imported. When they could actually be growing crops like sorghum, millet, which actually are more drought tolerant. And what are you doing as the department with regards to that? Then secondly, from last year, from where I come from, Chikomba and sister districts like Mbuera and Weza, all livestock, yes, have been wiped out. But can we have your comment with regards to that? Then finally, there's this issue actually about discipline specificity. I think our programming going forward, in other words, what they do is, America and Europe, somebody may do engineering or may do agricultural psychology, but possibly they can also have to borrow courses from other faculties or departments, so that actually they are holistically grounded. Because let's now talk even about farming. You may take farming as a business, but our parents out there, for farming is a lifestyle. And you may want actually to engineer behavior change or lifestyle change. But as somebody who is trained in agriculture without actually the grounding in other area, in other disciplines, is it feasible? Or we may actually need also to borrow and benefit from other disciplines?
Thank you.
I raise my case.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll respond. Let me start by responding to the second one, because it's actually a topic of discussion where I'm coming from this workshop. Actually, what has wiped out Keto in Chikomba district is actually a January disease, and the Department of Vet actually has that responsibility. But I'm happy now that measures are being taken, because the whole issue around there was the issue of lack of dipping chemicals. And to convince farmers to buy, their own dip when they have been used most of the time to be given something free, But it's actually the issue of dipping. But measures are being put in place right now. And then the issue of you get maize being grown in region 4 or 5 where you're supposed to grow sorghum. Right, on the part of the Department of Research and also Extension, recommendations are made, to farmers that this area maize cannot grow. But you see, then the final decision now rely on what? On the farmer. But I believe this can be holistically approached and addressed, including all parties. When I say all parties, I mean research, universities, and all other ministries which have an influence in those areas. Then the last question was a bit hazy because there was now a mix of business. It was not very, very clear to me. I didn't get quite clear the last question.
I think since the mic is no longer there, you can have an opportunity of asking as we are going out of this place. Thank you very much. No, thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah. I just want to point out something before I leave, because I can say in the past 6 months, we have been able to actually win donor funding, EU, FAO, and actually two FAO, EU projects and FAO. And I still remember Marondera University of Agricultural Sciences, they were actually told by FAO that if you don't partner with the research institutions, your chances of accessing funds through this project are slim. So I would just want to highlight that the opportunities there, more projects are coming our way, but I believe there's a certain level where we can reach. We need your help, especially as a university. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. A big round of applause for our last presenter. And indeed, I know it has been a long day, but I think we have gleaned so much. I feel pity for the rapporteurs. I really feel pity for them because they are probably going to forget that which we remember. And then they might actually nonsense their report if they actually go ahead and do that. Another really big round of applause for our partners. I mean, we are really blessed to have, when you have got a problem because you have got many partners who have come in, I think it's a very, very good problem of managing time because of the number of partners. At this juncture, I'm going to call upon our Vice Chancellor, Professor Mapfumo, to give us an ending to this part of our partnership today.
Yeah, Director of Ceremonies, thank you very much. I think I'm not giving a closing remark that will be given as a vote of thanks later, but I just thought I would we have one word or two just to wrap up the session. I think the first point that I wanted to make is that this is part of our strategy rollout to say we want to connect to industry, we want to connect to commerce, we want to connect to people. And I think all is for you to conclude whether this was useful or not. But to me, I think it has shown good light. So I'd want to ask the university staff here and the partners to clap hands for ourselves. When I said go and ask the partners to say, what is it that we didn't know about you? I thought, here we go again. I usually ask very difficult questions when I talk to people, so I usually shy away. But I thought this was difficult enough. And indeed it was difficult enough, but easy for partners. Because I think what has emerged out of this is there is a lot that was causing the misconnection. There is a lot that's there to do that we simply were not doing. So I think to me this is a very huge success in terms of having a starting point. The second point is that I think my colleagues, I think first year Commodore, Dr. Kamsoko, we shared the notes a little bit at some point, but I think the point he was making of the dimensions in terms of understanding some of the things we take for granted. What is security status? Some of the things that we take for granted that Mr. Chikario said about the life assurance, insurance business, how do we lose our money? I think the points that were made in the morning when we had this chat about this Public Service Commission, Professor Kombi, and you can name all the presenters, you begin to see that isn't this obvious that we were supposed to have done more? So I think I want to say, urge our partners to say, can you go and read? We will share our strategic plan. Most of what we are saying is now reflected in that strategic plan. It's not surprising because we consulted also before developing that strategic plan. So if the university follows that strategic plan, we will be able to connect more. The research week will change and we say metamorphosis.
it will change as we go forward, as you shape it, because you have already shaped it. It will not be the same next time. But our partnership will be much stronger. Then lastly, I would want to also acknowledge that if you look at what was presented by UNESCO, you will see that it challenges our humanities to say, where are you? That space is the same space that we occupy on the global arena. We have the same type of reasoning. We have been party to developing parts of those reports. So instead of our people trailing and just kungokomblena nokuchema, why don't we rise to the occasion and be at the frontiers of where knowledge is? So that's what I urge our professors. I hope they have learned from this day. And then you also realize that the young group of people, the young students, it's easy for them to adapt if we lead them and guide them well. They can change very easily. Change the culture, change the perspectives, change the way they do things. The professors, doctors, those that have crystallized, you have the most difficult part. You are the most difficult ones. So the problem is not the students. Why? Because you have solidified. You don't want to learn and unlearn. And what our partners were saying is, please try to unlearn your ways and learn. So that's the parting message I have for our university, because these partners had come to share what we didn't know about them. Now that we know, it is for us to unlearn. Mr. Samkang, thank you very much.
It's not too late. Thank you, VC, for picking on Samkangi rather than Apanyemwe there. Thank you very much for that, and thank you very much, partners. Thank you very much, colleagues, for today. As we indicated earlier on, the Vice Chancellor is inviting all our partners and our UZ alumni and all the members of the university community. We have got a relaunch cocktail for our alumni, which on paper started at 16:30, which is 4:30, but it's going to be starting in a few minutes. So I think if we have driven our partners, now I can allow you to probably drive out. We have a parking lot which is next to Great Hall. This is actually happening in Great Hall. Great Hall, for those who might be new, is next to the library. For those who might be new, it's next to the gate as you're about to go out. So please don't take the gate, just go ahead and take left and park over there for our relaunch of the alumni cocktail. Thank you very much.